The Institute of Race Relations was founded in 1929 as an umbrella organization formed out of various civil society and religious organizations that opposed the racial policies of the day, particularly emanating out of the 1913 Land Act, which deprived especially black South Africans the right to own land in much of South Africa. This was unconscionable to the founding members of the IRR. And the motive for its founding was to achieve greater reach and greater research capacity by bringing together as many members as possible. The twin objectives of the Institute were to foster better relations across races between people in South Africa, and to understand better what the conditions were, in particular what the conditions in South Africa were as a result of race-based laws, which the IRR opposed. That is how it was founded, and in trying to achieve those objectives, I think it is fair to say that the IRR became the world's most respected anti-apartheid think tank. It scrutinized every aspect of the wicked regime that dominated and oppressed South Africa. And it used that research in what we often describe as the battle of ideas to humiliate those who aimed to perpetuate the system of race-based oppression, and thereby bring about change in a peaceful manner. There was, around 1994, but generally towards the end of the 80s and through the 90s, some debate within the IRR about whether it should continue after the collapse of apartheid. Its mission having been so clearly connected to the apartheid regime and to trying to overcome it with ideas and information. The feeling that held the day was that the legacy of racial tension and oppression in South Africa would not end immediately, that it still posed dangers, and that it was still important to research, analyze, and understand race relations in South Africa, and to make efforts to improve those relations. So the IRR did not discontinue with the collapse of apartheid. Since then, the IRR has become a fierce critic of various aspects of today's governing regime. We have opposed, for example, the attempt to amend the Constitution to allow expropriation without compensation. We have been critics of various race-based laws, affirmative action laws, including BEE, and right now we have a campaign, for example, against the Employment Equity Amendment Bill. So that work of trying to understand government policy, trying to understand the impact that it has, and then using that information in an attempt to foster the conditions for a better South Africa, that work continues.
Is the Institute an organization that supports the constitutional value of non-racialism?
That's correct. That is our principal value. We have a firm commitment to classical liberalism. One of the pillars of classical liberalism is non-racialism. And I understand non-racialism to be well expressed in various ways, but a famous way that you'll be familiar with, and which I think is correct, is that a person ought not to judge another person by the color of their skin, but instead should judge another person by the content of their character.
Can I ask you to tell me about the work that you do at the Institute?
Yes, thank you. I am presently the head of campaigns at the Institute of Race Relations. A large part of my work product is therefore the issuing of press releases and communication with the South African public through independent media, television, radio, and online digital media platforms. I probably do a few interviews a week. The IRR overall, I know, makes about 8 or 9 impressions per day. So my work is a fraction of that, but that is part of my role. That's not how I joined the Institute, though, and it wasn't in that role that I appeared in Senegal.
What role did you appear in at Senegal?
I was there as an investigative reporter. The Institute of Race Relations founded and has been running a daily news website, I would say a newspaper in the contemporary sense, called The Daily Friend. Its values are, in principle, the values of the Institute of Race Relations, but its work product is daily reporting on current affairs. In that regard, I was sent as a reporter for the Daily Maverick to Senegal to report insofar as possible on what happened inside of court on the day of a bail hearing with 2 men who were accused and have subsequently been exonerated for the murder of Brendan Horner, and also to report on what happened outside of court. Separate but connected to that, I investigated and reported on the murder of Brendan Horner per se.
Just a quick clarificatory question. You mentioned that you do work for the Daily Friend, and then in your testimony you said Daily Maverick.
Did I say the wrong word? My lord, I'm very sorry. I'm advertising our competitors by mistake here. I meant to say the Daily Friend and not the Daily Maverick. Although I have written things that have appeared in the Daily Maverick, that is not at all the regard in which I appeared on that day.
You stated that you'd written about Brendan Horner's murder. Could you discuss that in some detail?
Yes, thank you. The emerging facts before we appeared in Senegal on, I believe it was October 16th for the bail hearing, were as follows: that Brendan Horner had been murdered on the 1st of October and found on the 2nd of October around daybreak, tied to a fence post with a knife on a hat pointing his way. It was a very public display of the body that had been stabbed in the face, in the body, in the hands. There was indications of a struggle. And there was something particularly disturbing about how the body had been left to be found. Various commentators speculated that a signal was being sent. In the ordinary course of a crime, for example, a robbery that goes wrong and results in a murder, one might expect the body to be concealed or to be left in place, rather than to be dragged and tied to a fence post in this public display. So that was the first curious fact about this case that drew our attention. In speaking to farmers and farm workers in the Paul Roux community, my attention was drawn to allegations that Brendan Horner was murdered by people who belonged to a stock theft cartel. That is an organized syndicate that had managed to steal large quantities of stock in the area over a number of years. I furthermore had my attention drawn to reports of these allegations in the newspaper Rapport, which is an Afrikaans newspaper. In that report, as well as in the subsequent English media reports, it was either denied or it was unclear whether the Hawks, the Special Investigations Unit, the Hawks, was in fact investigating such a cartel. This was a problem, partly because of the size and scope of the cartel. It was by a back-of-the-envelope calculation, accused of being involved with the theft of over 1 million kilograms of cloven-hoofed animal in the previous winter, before that winter of 2020. So it's a hard thing to hide so much stock. In my reporting on stock theft and on farm murders in the years preceding that, because I had been with the Institute in this regard since 2018, I had found many cases where 20 cattle or 5 cattle were stolen. In fact, often farmers would report 2 sheep at a time, or 2 goats at a time, or 1 cow at a time, for so many cattle to be stolen, for thousands to be stolen. Begged the question, where is it being kept? And how is it that so many units of stock can be kept with such a great value, tens if not hundreds of millions of rand, such that the police cannot find all of this stolen private property? So that was the first reason we were concerned about whether an investigation into this was taking place at all, as some denials had been issued that there was such an investigation. The second concern was that a dossier, which I was not able to fully access, but parts of which I was able to see, although not retain in my possession, because of the relationship that I had with my source. A dossier was alleged to have been provided to the Hawks many months before the murder of Brendan Horner, purporting to show that there was such a stock theft cartel, and alleging that various members of the police, of the South African Police Service, were involved in this cartel. This was extremely distressing to me as a staff member of the Institute of Race Relations, because I consider one of our founding values to uphold the rule of law and law and order. We try to promote that. We think that is very important, amongst other things, for good race relations. And maybe I can go into that, but I will just say that for the investigation, I reached out to the Hawks. And it took some navigation, but eventually they confirmed in email to me that they had received this dossier. They neither confirmed nor denied what efforts of investigation had taken place up to that point, but they confirmed that at that point an investigation was taking place. In other words, I couldn't tell from what they said to me whether they had been investigating since they first got the dossier, or whether they had only started investigating after the public outcry at Brendan Horner's murder. To this day, I'm not sure. But what I can say, and what I'm sure could be easily confirmed, is that arrests were made with regards to that cartel, including the arrests of 5 police officers. And yes, we would like to think that all journalists and independent investigators that try to draw attention to these kinds of things are, in a sense, assisting the process of law and order by drawing attention to these things. And when arrests are made, this is encouraging. Accountability, I think, is ultimately what lies in the public interest.
You then said that you went to Senegal itself. Could you tell us on what dates you were there and what you saw?
We drove from Johannesburg down to Senegal on the 15th, if I have my dates correct, the day before the bail hearing. And we left on the day of the bail hearing. We did not stay there for long. We stayed outside of Senegal for the night. We went in early to Senegal in the morning and stayed there for much of the day. We left after lunchtime when most of the crowd had dispersed.
And what did you observe on that day?
Would you like me to start with the night before or start with the day?
The night before.
On arriving in Senegal, we observed very heavy policing. We were very encouraged by that. Our car was not allowed through the blockade. No car that we could see was allowed through the blockade without first being searched. We were quite thoroughly searched for firearms and instructed that no firearms would be allowed further into Senegal. That was encouraging. We entered Senegal and went to a petrol station, an Engen petrol station, and drew petrol, and some of my colleagues made some purchases. I was there with various colleagues who had different missions to me. Sihle Ngubesi was there, much like me, to report on what he found. But other colleagues were there for other purposes. In any event, Sihle and I spoke to some of the locals. We were told that people were very worried about what lay ahead the next day. We were told this by residents that were black and that were white. When probed as to what the worry was specifically described as being that the economic freedom fighters would arrive and do damage to the town of Senegal and would propagate divisive and racially based rhetoric or hatred. I went over the road and across the road to the KFC. I bought a cigarette. I spoke to another local, and I had a similar conversation with a similar content. We returned and then went off to where we were staying that night, where we discussed the main event between Brendan Horner's murder and the bail hearing, which was an attack on the court on October 6th. And then we went to sleep. The next morning we arrived at Senegal very early in the morning, and we found again a thorough police blockade lay ahead. But before we got to the police blockade, we found various groups gathering on the side of the road. And in the course of the morning, this amounted to 3 gatherings. The gathering, as far as I could tell, that was the furthest from Senegal's magistrate's court, from the town, was of AfriForum. I should say, by the way, that on that morning we actually went to Paul Roux first, because we thought that the court case, the bail hearing, might shift to a different town. We had been told such a thing. That turned out not to be true, but that's by the way. Anyway, so the first group was AfriForum's group. They were the furthest away. The second group was a group of anti-farm murder protesters who were praying and singing hymns. The third group was gathered closer to the barbed wire that had been set up at the edge of the town to separate groups, I guess. Then going into the town, I went to the court. there was a sort of mini hearing. I'm not sure what the correct term is, but the magistrate was being asked not to allow media into the court that morning. And I was asked to sign a petition for us to appear. And I was also asked to do a live interview on SABC television to explain why journalists want to be inside the court, but also to explain why we must respect the court's decision one way or another. In between that, I interviewed people that I could interview and speak to. They included private security. They included plainclothes police. They included uniformed officers. They included security hired by the EFF. Inside of town, there was also separate groupings, much like outside of town. There were two distinct groups, and this had been at the police's behest, is my understanding. The one group was the ANC and ANC Youth League and ANC Women's League, who were gathered close to the court in a sort of town square off, if my understanding is correct, Jan van Riebeeck Drive or Avenue. And further, a block further, was the EFF truck, which was an impressive facility, and it had speakers, and that is where the EFF leaders could gather to speak to EFF supporters. That group was by far the largest group, and I should say that by and large the members of that group were clearly wearing EFF regalia, and the members of the ANC group were generally wearing ANC regalia. When it comes to that group that was on the border of the town, there were T-shirts, for example, saying Boer Lives Matter or Farmers Lives Matter, that did distinguish what the political purpose was of that group, or how you could politically classify that group by some message it was trying to bring to the day. But there not being a political party on the outside groups, maybe that was one reason they weren't all wearing the same thing. It wasn't as uniform. That's not to say the other two groups were perfectly uniform. It's just to say that there was a marked difference in that sense. The morning was, in some respects, confused because of the matter of whether the media would be allowed inside. It was also to some extent confused because of the matter of when would be best for the EFF leadership to address its audience and when would be best for the ANC to address its audience. I stayed inside of the town to try and see what was going on with that. I did see the EFF crowd settle down and listen to speeches. I struggled to always understand what was being said in those speeches. Much of it was not in English, and I am only fluent or conversational in English, Afrikaans, and Russian. I have some small smattering of understanding of other languages, but not enough to fully comprehend what was being said. What I found concerning, that I made a note of, was the Member of Parliament, Ndlozi, saying that the EFF's mission was to bring down racism, and then to seem to define racism in a way that was inimical to my understanding, or to the understanding upon which my values of non-racialism are built. And also I heard something that pricked my ear, and so I asked for a translation from one of the people that I was standing by. And I should just explain, I was standing separate from the EFF crowd. The crowd was cordoned off. I was with the police closer to the court, but right next to the crowd. And when I asked, what was explained to me was that MP Ndlozi was saying something to the effect of, call the fire brigade, we must set fire, and that we must set fire to my understanding is of farmers or Boers or something to that effect.
Just if I can ask you to pause there. You mentioned that Mr. Ndlozi had denounced racism in terms that disagreed with your understanding of racism. What terms did he use to describe racism?
He described it as racist for my understanding was that he was describing property rights as essentially racist, the Codesa Agreement as essentially racist, the founders of our constitutional dispensation as having engaged in some kind of racist activity, because the effect of our constitutional, our new constitutional South Africa, is that all people are protected insofar as if you own something, the state must protect you if someone else is trying to take that thing. And that if the state wants to take that thing, it has to compensate you for doing so. My value or my interpretation of what racism is different to that, because on my interpretation, a racist is someone who treats people differently based on their race.
If I can then ask you to continue, you mentioned that Mr. Ndlozi had sung a song.
Yes. Yes. And as I said, I couldn't understand what the words meant, but I asked for some help in understanding that. And I've described what was said to me. The main event that we were looking forward to, I think both as journalists and the crowd, was to hear what the leader of the EFF, Julius Malema, would say. Very little was said by Julius Malema at the points that I was present. I understand from footage and from reports that he gave a long speech later in the day. That was after I had left, unfortunately. But he did say, amongst other things, which I thought was actually quite sweet, that there should be no music playing, that the EFF should entertain themselves by singing songs. That did not seem so sweet to me shortly afterwards. And the reason that this pause was put in place, by the way, is that the leadership wanted to return to court in order to hear what was being said. And there were points in the back and forth that I followed the leadership of the EFF. I walked with Floyd Shivambo, practically, I won't say next to him, but a step behind him, for example, on one of the journeys back to court, because when the EFF leadership came down from the back of their stage, they would come past where we were. But after the crowd had been dismissed, as if to say the leadership is now vacating the stage, and it is up to the crowd to keep themselves entertained, because the leadership must see what happens in the court or do some other business. I went to try to interview some members of the EFF. I had gone around because first I heard some people singing "Kill the Boer, Kill the Farmer," and it did not strike me as safe to interview people while they were singing that song. So I went back to the court, I went around the back, I went up a different street and turned in next to the police station effectively. I thought this would be a good place to try and interview members of the EFF. I approached some members of the EFF and they said they would not speak to me, and they pointed me to other people that I should speak to. I went deeper into the crowd searching for people to speak to, and I was pointed further in. I was unable to have an effective interview because I was told that I should only interview white people, and that I should go back to the other side because that is where white people belong, and that if anyone from the Daily Friend was to interview members of the EFF on that day, it should be a black person. I was quite worried because some people were threatening me with violence, and I was eventually more or less escorted, I would say, out of that situation. If you don't mind, beg your pardon.
You said some people threatening with violence. Was it? Do you know what? Which you mentioned different groups.
They were clearly wearing EFF insignia. This did strike me as a surprise. I have interviewed members of the EFF many times, and I've been in very large EFF rallies. I was, for example, in the largest EFF rally, to my understanding, in 2019 in a soccer stadium in Soweto, just before the election. And although it was me and 20 or 30,000 members of the EFF, I was never in danger there. It was very clear to me that this was a peaceful gathering, and there were many people who were very eager to speak to me on that occasion. And there have been other occasions where I've been to EFF rallies where I've been treated respectfully as a member of the media. So this was outstanding for me to be threatened. Even when I had identified myself as a journalist and said that my purpose was just to ask them how their day was, whether they were happy or sad with how the day was going. That is as far as I've managed to get with my questioning.
And what happened after that?
I was effectively escorted back to some police who were standing next to a police van. And if I can describe it like this, I was on a road that was parallel to the main road. And when I was escorted back, I could now see the road orthogonal. That means I had a view onto the main road. And there I could see that a large crowd of people, many of whom, although I wouldn't say all of whom, were wearing EFF regalia, were moving to my right, which is to say were moving away from where their designated area was and towards basically the edge of town in front of the Wimpy, to where those people had been gathered to protest against farm murders. Now, I can't say who was in front and whether those anti-farm murder protesters had also, to some limited extent, left their designated zone. It was clear that the EFF had left their designated zone by several blocks. And there was some loud noises, and I received a message from a journalist that I knew who was closer there, who said there's no way to get out of town. And I received a similar message from our members who were outside of town, who could see some of what was happening. So my editor at the Daily Friend asked me whether I would be okay, because it was now impossible for me to leave town. And I had communicated to him that for the first time I'd been threatened in the course of my reporting. And I said that I would be okay because I would stay by the police. So I stayed by the police until I could see some dispersion in the crowd. The main crowd was still in the front, but some people from the back had started to retreat. Then I and some journalists dodged forward to try to capture footage of people throwing rocks from the EFF side, and to also capture the images of the detritus, concrete public bins that had been broken to pieces and garbage that had been strewn therefrom, as well as the pieces of that being used to throw.
If I can ask you to pause there.
Yes, sorry.
Were you aware of who had broken these concrete bins?
I did not see the breaking of the concrete bin, but I did see someone from the EFF crowd pick up a piece that had shattered from that bin and hurl it in the direction of the edge of town, in the direction of the anti-farm murder protesters. To me, this was not only reckless behavior, but self-defeating, in the sense that this person had no way to control whether he was going to strike one of his collaborators or one of his political opponents. I think it is fair to say that it was very wild on the street for that time.
And what happened at this juncture?
The crowd in the front continued to dissipate. My understanding, although I couldn't see the very front, I later saw footage, was that the police were doing a very good job of keeping people at bay from one another right at the front. And not only the police, also some members maybe of either side. And so therefore no major physical outbreak had taken place. And in the absence of a major outbreak, in the heat and in the tension, I think people more or less gave up hope, or maybe felt placated at the thought that something terrible is not going to happen, and so they can retreat. I think those motives, I can't pass between those motives. Why would one individual do the one thing and not the other? But in short, most people drew back, and eventually they entirely drew back, and there were some police that came walking through the streets, journalists that were crossing the streets, and then I remember it was quite striking, one of the first people to come from the anti-farm murder protester side was on a horse. It was a man on a horse, and I think a woman on a horse, and another woman on another horse. And I noticed, I wanted to take a photo because it struck me, he had a pamphlet from the Institute of Race Relations in his pocket. And we discussed non-racialism. We then went on to discuss non-racialism with whoever we could find. It was my role to ask questions. Separate to that, I had a colleague, Shonan Boyson, and another colleague, Amy Claire Hogan, who were handing out pamphlets of the IRR to members of the EFF and to members of the ANC to encourage them to join our program of non-racialism and reconciliation and a respect for property rights as a route to a better path for all, better life for all. Some of them engaged in interesting debates, which I thought was encouraging. It gave me a sense that almost as if the cork had popped and the excess energy had been released and now people could talk. But then I realized that I was wrong in that impression when I and my colleagues saw members of the EFF, or at least people who were wearing EFF regalia, accost a young man who was wearing a t-shirt of the ANC Youth League. And they said to him that it was wrong for him to wear such a t-shirt. They said the ANC is also a racist organization because the ANC has presided over protection of property rights for white people, which was defined as racism. That young boy's t-shirt was then pulled from his body and set on fire in front of us. We tried to engage in further interviews to understand why people were treating each other in this way. The pendulum swing of tension and then release, tension and then release continued for some time. I left, my colleague Sihle was doing a live stream asking EFF members why they were there. And I was going to take notes and to file my report. My first report being that the worst was over, and my second report being about what saved the day. And in my opinion, what saved the day was the police force. and respect for the police force. But I thought the police force did an excellent job that day, and I'm very grateful. I should say I think my safety and the safety of most of the people who were there is largely thanks to the police force doing their job.
You mentioned that on the night that you had arrived, you had a discussion with a colleague about an attack on the court on the 6th. Could you tell us about your discussions and the nature of that attack?
The nature of that attack was what I would describe as vigilantes, tried to gain access to the court to take into hand the accused, who've subsequently been exonerated. It seems that they wanted mob justice. This is completely unacceptable. The discussion was about, I had initiated the discussion by saying that this is an unacceptable way to behave. Public property was destroyed. The credibility of the police was undermined. There was a humiliation of turning over a police vehicle and setting it on fire. The integrity of the court was undermined. There was just absolute disrespect shown to those core values that keep this society together. I wanted to know whether I should expect such behavior on the next day. That was one of my big fears. I was very afraid that people who were aggrieved about farm murders would take the law into their own hands. And in fact, it's a silly phrase, that they would break the law. Pretending what they are doing is to take the law into their own hands. But what they are really doing is breaking the law. So I asked, can I expect this to happen? I was told, probably not. I was asked why. One of the reasons I was given was I was told that some of the people who had been gathered at the court that day on the 6th were plants, and that others were miscreants. People in the community, plants. Yes. Correct, my lord.
Could you describe what you mean by the term plants?
What I mean by that is people who are there to serve an alternative agenda. People who are claiming to be there for one purpose. But really what they're doing is they're trying to incite the crowd from the inside, to get the crowd to do something embarrassing, to undermine the purpose that the crowd had gathered there. I had no evidence to support or corroborate that allegation, that these were effectively spies who had been sent in to drive the crowd mad. What I took away from that conversation was not that they were plants, but that the local farmers around Senekal and Paul Rue that I was speaking with considered these people as other, considered them as, maybe it's too much to say the enemy, but as non-collaborators, as not members of their community, as not sharing their values or their purpose. They rejected those people, including those who were at some point detained for damage to public property. There was really no sympathy expressed for them. It was the opposite of sympathy to say that that person is a plant. So that was one of the reasons. So I was told these people do not represent the general interest or how most people think here. They've come from outside. They are not farmers. Maybe they've even been paid by outsiders to make trouble, to embarrass the farmers. The other thing that I was told was that given all of the people that had gathered around Senekal, more structure had been put in place. The phrase I often heard was command and control. That responsible people had come into play to make sure that people behave themselves. And in that regard, I did speak with an agricultural union called SAI, their representatives, who were quite keen on showing a presence in order to in order to reduce tension. In that regard, I was also told that there was some, although none of the people I was speaking to were members of AfriForum, I was told that there was some gratitude that AfriForum was coming because they would put some discipline on their side, and we had been told that they would be staying far away from the town so as not to add to the friction. We were very concerned about the friction. Of course, I'm sure hardly anyone needs reminding that shortly before we had gathered there, former President of the Republic, Kgalema Motlanthe, had said, if there's any more friction, this in Senekal can lead to a civil war. To my mind, this was not a totally overblown statement. Because of that attack on the court, this brazen attack on a court by one group, and on the other hand, because of the nature of the allegations that Brendan Horner's murder was connected to a stock theft cartel implicating the police themselves, this allegation that the police are covering up crime and murder, it seemed from every direction that the constitutional order we rely on was lacking in credibility. And if people don't believe in it, if people don't believe that they have to obey the law, then there's more of a chance that people will break the law, and that can lead to a very dangerous situation, especially where racial allegations are involved. Of course, the tension in my mind was not eased by the head of the EFF's response to Kgalema Motlante's statement.
What was that response?
He had said shortly before coming down to Senekal, it was put to him on Newsroom Africa that the former president had said if there is more friction it can lead to civil war. And Malema responded, so be it. He then said that, and I'm not quoting him directly, and I'm sure that can be resolved. But he said words to the effect that he was going there to exercise his rights, his civil rights to be present in Senekal. And I thought that is a good thing to say, and I can see there's a legal argument there that no one should be able to block members of the EFF from coming into Senekal. It is every South African's right to freedom of movement. And I thought it is good that Mr. Malema is emphasizing that, the importance of that right. At the same time, I was concerned by a potentially false dichotomy. Just because you have a right to freedom of movement, and just because you are exercising that right, doesn't mean you're not going to do something else as well. So it seemed to me he had not really addressed the major question, which was, are you also going to add to the friction? And you might add to the friction not by being there, which is your right, but by saying certain things, which maybe are or maybe are not within your rights. I don't know that I'm in a position to say that. But insofar as that was a concern, that concern was not allayed by that interview. In fact, there was some worry when he said, if there's a civil war, so be it. To me, it is very important to try and avert such a circumstance. And again, that was part of our mission, was to understand, but also other members of the IRR were there to try and hand out pamphlets to say that we as South Africans can be better together.
You referred to the group that attacked the court as a group of vigilantes and a group of outsiders, and you made mention that when you were present at court there were a group of people you described as anti-farm murder protesters. What were your observations of that group of people who were anti-farm murder protesters?
The first thing that I saw, I arrived with at the same time as the team from Carte Blanche on the morning, and we saw a pastor stand up and, or he identified himself as a pastor of some sort, and make some prayers. And there was a speech given by a man who identified himself as a black South African who opposed farm murders. And I was encouraged to see that the crowd was encouraged to see that the multiracial element there seemed to be a strength rather than a weakness or anything uncomfortable. I then saw all of the members get down on their knee and sing the Lord's Prayer. I didn't feel it was my place to join, so I just bowed my head. And thereafter, I conducted some interviews. I had to wait my turn. For example, the carte blanche team would get a chance to go first because they have a broader reach than our audience. In the interviews that I did, it was clear to me that people were very worried. It was clear to me that there were some concerns about the fact that the anti-farm murder protesters were all outside of town, whereas the EFF and the ANC were inside of town next to the court. Not right next to the court, but close to the court. Some people expressed a concern that this was unfair. I'm not sure that it is unfair or it isn't unfair, but that was something that was discussed. And it was important insofar as some people said maybe we should go into town to reclaim the town, which is a phrase that would resonate with both what had been said by Julius Malema before he had come to Senekal, and also what was said by leadership of the EFF when they were in Senekal, which is that they were there to, in a sense, take the town. So I could see there was this competition to be the ones who were allowed to walk around in town. And in the course of that morning, not anyone could walk around in town. As I said, it was difficult for me, even as a journalist. It was impossible for me to walk in some places.
In your view, are there further ramifications for South Africa as a sort of society that tries to value non-racialism and tries to avert civil war from the events that you saw in Senekal and the killing of Brendan Hornet?
Yes, the ramifications can go in two directions. On the positive side, we can learn the lesson that we all depend on law and order and the rule of law. The former meaning that the police are respected and the criminal justice system brings about accountability, and the latter meaning that all individuals are equal before the law. And that insofar as that is maintained, we can get through difficult times peacefully. And that in fact, we can go a long way together. I should say that in Senekal, a year later, we did receive reports and had one of our colleagues go through to see that some members of the community were working conspicuously across racial lines to try to fix things in public infrastructure, to work together. And I think sometimes it's important to show that you are working together. For the most part, it is very important just to work. But now and then, to let the camera see you, it can also be helpful to send the message to others. That is one direction that we can go, and we can see some people in Senekal have taken that direction. There is another direction that things can go, which is that we can find ourselves in a situation where we push harder again next time. There is no doubt in my mind that there will be more farm murders in the next month, and that there will be more farm murders this winter. And there is very little doubt in my mind that in the course of, if not this year, then the next, but probably, I mean, even right now, we can see at Hoërskool Jan Viljoen that there have been parents fighting each other across racial lines. Every time an instance like this happens, those who say that this is normal, those who say that to be a South African is an afterthought, that primarily you are a white person, or a black person, or an Indian person, or a colored person, and that your loyalty and your allegiance, that your grievance and that your hopes must lie within that group, and that this is how it is for everyone, and that this is why we cannot get along, and that this is why it is normal for us to fight one another. Every time such an instance happens, that side finds it easier to say this is normal, to normalize racial strife. It is our mission to push against that. We believe that it's not just a normative question, it's also a descriptive question. Most South Africans do not think this way. But it doesn't take most South Africans to have an insurrection. It doesn't actually take most South Africans to have a civil war. It just takes a few highly organized, highly vocal South Africans that are willing to do violence, to drive wedges through socially salient cleavages, and to abuse our history to serve their own nefarious immediate agendas. It only takes a few to bring this country to its knees. I'm sure everybody knows that from our experience in July last year. And from the xenophobic pogroms that we have had since 2008. So it is my concern that after an incident like Senekal, people can draw the wrong lesson, and they can think the problem with what happened on Senekal was that it ended peacefully. That if only someone had been killed on that day and there had been more of a fight, that this would have been better, because it would have accelerated the path to a different political system.
My Lord, I have no further questions. My Lord, I note it is 10 past 11, and it may be an appropriate junction to take the tea adjournment for cross-examination.
self-examination?
As the court pleases. Good morning, Robert.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Krause.
Good morning, sir.
It's an unjust law, surely.
It was an unjust law, correct?
It was unjust because it foreshadowed or legislated the unlawful of dispossession of land. Not so.
No, I don't think it was unjust because it foreshadowed. I think it was unjust because it was what it was, which was the second part of what you said, which is that it effectively dispossessed people. And more than that, it not only dispossessed people, Saul Plaatje's analysis, the co-founder of the ANC, was that it prevented people from being able to work as capitalists, effectively, to own a part of their own farming business.
Yes.
So there was a dispossession from land question. There was also a right to do business question, which was
Yes.
deprived of people on the basis of their race, which was unjust.
Yes. And the people that were dispossessed and limited in terms of accessing these opportunities, what demographic were they?
Predominantly black people were affected negatively by this law, or were discriminated against by the Land Act. Also, Indian and colored South Africans
Yes.
were affected,
Yes.
but in the main, black South Africans were deprived.
Yeah, so I suppose in short, in general terms, we can call it a racially based law, was it not?
Absolutely correct.
My proposition to you is this. Prior to that legislation being enacted, there was forceful dispossession of land prior to the enactment of that act. I'm dating all the way back to 1652. I proposed
So, in terms of force, it is my understanding that a variety of groups of South Africans forcefully dispossessed one another. That this included black and white South Africans forcefully dispossessing black and white South Africans. As a
Yes.
matter of law, I don't know how the law of property rights works when a right in property predates the existence of the Union of South Africa.
Yes.
So I wouldn't be in a capacity to say what law there was in 1651 or 1653, and I wouldn't be in a position to say how that law relates to what the law is today.
Sure. And you're right. So there was forceful dispossession of land throughout different race groups, where use of war was used, say, by one African ethnic group to dispossess the other. You're right. My question is narrower. I'm asking if, to your knowledge, as an expert on the question of race, do you have an opinion as to whether the dispossession of the land belonging to the native South Africans was done violently by the Europeans as at the advent of 1652, as per your expert knowledge?
I find that question difficult to answer because of the terms the land, the natives, and the Europeans, and because of the initiation date of 1652. So if the question is about what happened in 1652, maybe I can say something, but if it's sort of from then till now, I'm not sure what the natives refers to, or the land, where I wouldn't know the extent of that land. So the answer to the question might be yes on some disambiguation of those terms, and it might be no on some other disambiguation of those terms.
Forget the technicalities. Forget the legal definitions. Forget the dictionary. I'm having a conversation with you on a social level. Surely you understand my point.
Well, it might be fair, but I don't know if I'd like to give a specific instance, or this was not such a specific instance. What I understand is the question is too broad to consider in this specific case.
I rather didn't respond by asking with a specific example, because my question is broader than isolated incidents. I'm talking about a historical account over lapse of time. I'm not concerned about what happened in the year 1700 or the 18th century. I'm not too concerned about that. I'm concerned in a broad sense, without necessarily drawing specific examples. I'm happy for you to say you've got no answer. I'm saying in general terms, forget the technicalities. The proposition is this: white Europeans, having arrived in South Africa, forcefully and violently dispossessed the natives of the land.
My response to that is that the natives and the land makes that a question that can only be answered in vague and broad generalities. And it's my expert opinion on race that we usually do more harm than good when we discuss racial matters without sensitivity to technicalities. For example, the heterogeneity within the group of people described as black South Africans, to my mind, must always be recognized. To treat that group as homogeneous and one and the same is in my opinion, always a mistake. So I can't answer that question to say the natives as if that is to mean if that is to mean all black South Africans were dispossessed. It would be an incorrect statement to say all black South Africans were dispossessed. If I could rephrase, because I don't want to seem difficult, I do think it is fair to say that many black South Africans were forcefully dispossessed by, or many black people in what we now call South Africa were dispossessed. And in many of those instances, that took place by white people in what we now call South Africa. That narrow question, I can answer, but sorry.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. That is the answer I was looking for. Sorry, just as a second qualifier, it was not just done forcefully, it was also done violently, not so. In general terms.
Well, now we're back to it. So if we go instance by instance, if you could help me understand what the difference you mean between
In
forcefully
general
and
terms,
violent.
so as you understand it as an expert,
Okay.
by and large, violence was used to forcefully dispossess the land.
Yes, there were instances certainly where people were violently forced off the land, where the people being forced off their land were black. That's
Yes.
common knowledge.
It's common knowledge, is it not?
Yes.
You're right, it is common knowledge. I'm going to ask my attorney to please lend you the copy of the book, which was evidence in chief. It's called Kill the Boer. It is a book that was authored by the deponent of the complainant, Mr. Ernst Roth, who also so happened to be the head of policy at AfriForum, who also so happened to be an expert witness, which so happened to be on his book. Turn to page 181 of that book. It's chapter 13, page 181.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, my lord, I don't have the corner of the page here is missing, but I can see that it's chapter 13 and that it must be 181.
Happy. If you go straight to the very last sentence of that page,
Well, here I do have a small difficulty, my lord, because as I was just saying, the corner is missing. So that last word,
So
Per-
can't we find a copy that doesn't miss anything? Otherwise,
I,
the court puts its copy, it's just got pencil lines. In the bundle, I thought that...
yes, my attorney is checking that. My attorney is checking that.
Let's see if you can't find it in the bundle, rather than the witness having to testify on something that's got missing parts.
We seem to be struggling with the network, Your Lordship. If you don't mind, the excerpt I want to refer to is an excerpt we've dealt with previously. I'll just put the line to the witness. I'm happy to show him the sentence as well and just ask him to comment. In any event, it's an excerpt that's already on the record. I'm so sorry about that.
not a problem.
The line says, let me just foreshadow my reading of the text. Mr. Roth, in this text, in this excerpt, let me read it, the second last paragraph. In April 2018, Deputy President David Mabuza made it clear that the ANC regarded land reform as a racial matter when he threatened that there would be a violent takeover if white farmers did not agree to volunteer some of their land. Mabuza quoted fabricated statistics that 80% of the land that is in the hands of a few people, and stated that the land will come back, do not despair. That's the context where this line comes in.
Thank you.
There are, however, three major problems with the ANC's stance on land reform. He says the first is that it is based on a flawed perception of history. Now, I observe that by and large, and I think for all 6 days you've been present in court since the inception of the matter, is it not?
I'm sorry, that's not true, but I was here for the first 4 days.
Yes.
I was not here from Thursday lunchtime, and I was not here yesterday at all.
Okay.
But I was here, I think I can say I was here for all of the testimony of
Mr.
Mr.
Rhodes.
Roots.
Yes. I put the question to him. I said, does this line suggest that there was no forceful dispossession of the land by the Europeans? His answer to that was no. Now, you seem to suggest the inverse. Do you have a comment on that?
If,
From what I understand, the government suggested there's a sort of double negative that's going on. In other words, one friend says, does this suggest, it appears that they're a leader, so putting to the suggest the inverse is incorrect. The modern friend could phrase what he says to Mr. Woods again, but it appears that the double negative that's created a sense that there's a distance to the quasi-inverse.
Your Lordship, I'm going to have difficulties that when I pose questions, counsel takes over answering the question. If that's the case, the witness must say so.
One of the objections is that it cannot be said to the witness, there is a dissonance between what A said and B said, there is no dissonance. That's not a fair question.
Well, but isn't it that Mr. Rhodes said what's quoted in chapter 13 at page 181? And as I understand, the proposition put to the witness, that that's what he says, and what he also said was that there was no violent dispossession of the land. And as I understand, the question is trying to contrast the two versions of the two witnesses, and so I would rule that I permit the question.
Yes, well, that's the difficulty. In other words, the answer is you phrase the witness that said, yes, there was no violent possession. But my own friend says that the answer was, no, there was violent possession.
There was or there wasn't?
If my own friend would like to rephrase the question, or state what was said on Mr. Rhodes and what the answer was, then, but
I don't know, maybe we should rely on the witness, and I haven't seen the witness indicating that he's got difficulties in understanding. Now we're getting into an arena where we're now trying to interpret what the witness has said and probably what he will be saying, because for me, there are two issues. There's one issue, in fact, what Mr. Rhodes said and what you said earlier. That's really saying contrast the two. And this is, by the way, an expert witness, and I would expect him to operate at a much higher level than your factual witnesses that have testified. Yes. So conceptually, and as I understand, he also appreciates the conceptual engagement with counsel. So let's hear from the witness. If he has difficulties in answering the question, which to me appears straightforward, and as I say, I will rule that the question must be permitted, and Mr. Kasiboto, you can repeat the question for the benefit of the witness. Thank you.
Mr. Krause, if you have difficulties with the questions I'm asking, you don't understand the proposition, I'm happy to repeat it to you. And also take comfort in the fact that once I'm done with the cross-examination, to an extent that I misrepresent or I'm not clear, or your answers are based on a flawed structuring of the proposition, your counsel will come in with re-examination. Are you comfortable with that?
I'm comfortable, thank you.
I'm saying, Mr. Rhodes in his book at 181 says there are three fundamental flaws with the land reform policy of the ANC, which is the governing party. He says the first is that it is based on a flawed perception of history. I then put the question to Mr. Rhodes. I'm saying to him, is that reference to the notion that land was forcefully taken by the Europeans upon arriving in South Africa? And his response to that is, yes, that is the flaw. Now I'm saying, contrast that with what you've just given now. You can't align the two, can you?
I'm not sure what would turn on this. Perhaps Mr. Roots and I have a disagreement about some point of historical analysis, but I could see it going both ways. I could see, if the question is, can I align those two statements? I believe that I can, by way of reference to the same ambiguities that I referred to earlier in my testimony. For example, when someone says the Europeans, the natives, the land, I take that to mean literally this group, including all of its members. In which case, statements that are made about that are going to be different in terms of whether they're true or false to statements that are made about the majority of a group or some instances of some members of a group. So,
See, this is the difficulty I have, and I'm sorry to interrupt you.
please do.
The difficulty I have is your over-fascination with technicalities at difficult questions. You were more than prepared earlier on to attest to the fact that farmers are being murdered. Of course, that's not in the literal sense of each and every farmer is being murdered, but you're happy to make that general statement. Now, I'm asking questions about Europeans, I'm asking questions about blacks, I'm asking questions about land, and suddenly we're getting into technicalities and statistics. I'm asking the question as a general proposition. In general terms, when I say Europeans dispossess land of natives, of course I'm talking general terms. I'm not asking you to single each and every European that has landed in South Africa. I'm talking general terms. So please, Mr. Krause, you know the point I'm getting at. You know my question. Answer it.
I'd just like to point out that I didn't talk about the farmers. I didn't say people are murdering the farmers. So that's just a factual dispute about where I'm jumping in. If people talk about blacks or whites or farmers in general terms, I can understand that. But the natives, the land, it's that definite article which imports a sense of definite boundary semantically, which is what put me on my guard. And I don't mean to be difficult. If you are asking me to say whether or not I think that the analysis that the ANC has, quote, a flawed perception of history, or that its policy is, quote, based on a flawed perception of history, I think that statement is true. And I think that the truth of that statement is consistent with the truth of the statement that in many instances, unjustly, black people were deprived of land by white people in this country.
Yes. Yes.
But both that can be true, and it can be true that the ANC's perception is incorrect.
Very well. Let's go to case line page 858. My attorney is trying to assist navigate to the exact page. Your Lordship, I don't know if you'd mind trying to navigate yourself to the respondents' discovery bundle, because we seem to have network issues to navigate everyone remotely. So it's page 851.
Okay.
No, I'll do that.
The cover page.
Well, we can start at the cover page 851.
What page is it?
851, Your Lordship. which is a cover page to an annual report.
Does not appear to be there. 851 on mine starts with investor plus research.
That shouldn't be. You're probably under the wrong folder, Your Lordship. It's underneath the Respondents Discovery bundle.
Discovery bundle is on 009.
On my case line, it's page 1626.
1626.
But in the physical printout, 851.
Okay. If you then don't mind.
I think so. It's IRR.
Yes. Yes, that's where we are.
I found it.
So, Mr. Krause, so what appears on that cover page is a 2014 85th annual report of the Institute of Race Relations, which is where you work. Can you see that?
I can see that, yes.
If you flip the pages 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th page, it should appear the word sponsors and donors. It's page 7 of the actual report, Your Lordship, if that assists you navigate it easier. So of the actual report, it's page 7.
On my case line, it is page 1633, and in the printout 858, and it says sponsors and donors are the first 3 words.
Yes.
The one that starts with corporate government. No. 1663, you say?
No, sorry, 1633.
Oh, I think. Yes, I found that. Sponsors and donors.
Yes. So under sponsors and donors, as per the 2014 annual report of the IRR, the first name that appears there is AfriForum, is it not?
That's correct.
In other words, AfriForum would have sponsored and or donated to your institute at this financial year. We did not have.
In a manner of speaking, yes.
Yes. Let's keep flipping the pages. Let's get to the second report, the 2015 one. So, Your Lordship, I suppose if you keep scrolling down, you're going to eventually get to the 2015 annual report, which is the next document in the section. So I suppose if you just flip to the next document.
On my case line, that is 1683.
Indeed so, Your Lordship. And if you page down again, you're going to eventually get to page 7 with the title Sponsors and Donors again. There should be a pop-up now, My Lordship. And then if you go to page 7 of that report again, Your Lordship, and they'll direct you there. Page 7, page 7, again you see the donor is AfriForum, is it not?
Under sponsors and donors, the first one that is mentioned is AfriForum. That's correct.
Yes. Let's go to the last report, Again, it's the IRR report, it's the 87th one. If you then navigate to page, well, they'll direct you there. It should be page 7 of that report again. If you read down from the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th donor. So the heading there is donors. And underneath there it says significant donors included. There on the 11th donor listed is AfriSoccer.
That is correct. AfriSoccer is listed as a donor.
Yes. Do you know who AfriSoccer is?
I believe that they were the antecedent to Saka Liga, that it is the same name
Yes.
that it is a different name for the same
Yes.
body.
And do you know what that body is?
My understanding is that that body they take people to court, they are connected with public interest cases, and that they fall under the Solidaritate
Yes.
umbrella.
Do you know what relation that organization is with AfriForum?
I understand that I wouldn't know the exact relation,
Yes.
but I think that they are both connected to Solidaritate.
Yes. That's the point, that there's a relation between the two. Do you accept that, at least as far as you know?
I do accept that.
Yes. Now, the point is this. At least on 3 occasions, your institute that you represent, IRR, was funded, or at least there were donations and sponsorships from AfriForum and AfriForum-related entities. Not so?
That is correct.
Yes. And you are here as an expert witness called by AfriForum, are you not?
I have been called by AfriForum, yes.
Yes. Have you ever heard of the expression, he who pays the piper calls the tune?
I'm familiar with that expression, yes.
Yes. Now, let me put this as a proposition to you. You hold an ideological position, at least qua you being an employee of the IRR, perhaps to a degree at a personal level as well. You let me know. You hold an ideological position insofar as land reform is concerned, as with the AfriForum. Not so.
If the question is, do I have an ideological position on land reform?
Yes.
And that question is separate to the question, is that the same or different as AfriForum?
Answer them in that sequence.
Is that okay?
Yes, one at a time.
The word ideology is used by different people in different ways. I should be clear that the way I use the word ideology, I believe that everybody has an ideology. I use the word ideology to mean a set of normative beliefs, beliefs about what should be the case, which are rich enough to impact on what people's descriptive beliefs are. So I think that everybody believes something about what's right and what's wrong. And I believe that no person's understanding of what is right and wrong can fail at some level to impact on what they believe is true and not true. Although these are easy in most cases to pull apart, in scientific investigation, we can analyze how fast does the apple roll down the hill because of gravity. There is no normative claim there, there's just a descriptive claim. When it comes to understanding people, we are understanding things that have a moral value. So our understanding of what is the case and what ought to be the case is always going to be bridged together. So in my view, the claim that someone is not ideological is a fair claim to make if they are confining themselves to discussions about empirical facts that are not related to human beings. But as soon as we are talking about socio-political analysis, economic analysis, analysis where the moral weight of a person comes to bear, I think that there is necessarily some kind of ideological inflection. So, having explained my sense of what I mean when I say ideological, I'm very happy in that context to say that I have an ideological view on land reform. That means my view on land reform is informed by what I think is best. What I think is best for this country is a combination of a sense of justice and a sense of material uplift. My view on what should be done for land reform would, in my opinion, bring about the best material circumstances for the most in a way that's consistent with the fundamental principle that individual agency and freedom must be respected insofar as is possible. Okay, that's fine. I'm sorry if that was too loquacious. The short version of that is if ideological view on land reform means I'm insensitive to evidence and I just go like a blunderbuss, then no, I do not have an ideological view, nor does the Institute. If it means a view that is sensitive to evidence, but that does have a value about right and wrong, then yes, I am ideological, and so is the Institute. We have an opinion about what is right and what is wrong. Yes. In human relations. Our opinion is that non-racialism is right.
Yes.
So now the second question was, is that the same as AfriForum? I think it may be different in some aspects. I have not read Kill the Boer, although I have listened to Ernst Ritt's testimony. In terms of land reform specifically, I cannot think of any instance where I have come across commentary by AfriForum in regards to what ought to be done with which I have disagreed. Insofar as I am aware, AfriForum believes in preserving Section 25.
Mr. Cross, I'm so sorry. Let's just cut to the chase.
Sorry.
Let's just cut to the chase. I'm so sorry to do this to you. The point is this. AfriForum's position, as I understand it, is that they're opposed to the policy of expropriation of land without compensation. That is aligned to your view, is it not?
That is correct.
Yes.
Or their view is, rather, I should say, aligned to ours, since we got there first.
Yes. In fact, you say in an article you penned, it's at page 1828 of the case lines. Are you there, Mr. Krause?
I am at the page. I'm not sure which part of the page I'm looking at.
I'll take you there just now.
Thank you.
So we're at the front page of the article that you penned in February 2021, and it's titled Opinion, Expropriation Bill. Costly, however you look at it. And then if you, on a physical copy, you have to flip the page to get to the document. But at the bottom of that article, it says 2 of 6. There it reads, the very first paragraph, while the window for public comment on the expropriation bill remains open, now extended to 28 February. South Africans should consider that a vote for this bill is a vote either to wreck the economy or to entrench President Ramaphosa's power for life, which is ultimately the same thing. Do you recall writing that?
I do, in the course of reading this, recall writing it, yes.
Yes. So it reaffirms this idea that AfriForum, and at least you, let me ask the question, is this your personal opinion or is it the position of the IRR? The extract I just read now.
Can I clarify one thing?
Before you do, answer my question, please.
Right. So, it is certainly the IRR's opinion that expropriation without compensation would both wreck the economy and undermine constitutional democratic norms. The particular claim that it would entrench Cyril Ramaphosa's power for life is not the IRR's position as a body. We haven't conferred on that. That is my socio-political analysis. My analysis is that if a property rights regime becomes arbitrary or discretionary, then the president, having established good credibility for not wanting to be as aggressive as possible, would retain a high level of popularity amongst those who would fear that his succession would result in a more aggressive president being empowered to dispossess people without compensation. And that analysis is substantiated in this piece, as well as in a review of history of kings and queens, where people had power to take away.
I'm so sorry again to do
they held
this
on
to
to
you,
power.
and I'm so sorry to do this
I'm
again.
finished.
And I must say, it is fascinating, and it's stuff I didn't know anything about. But I'm going to have to confine you, if you don't mind, because the questions I'm asking you are directed at a particular point. And once we divert to other aspects, then I lose focus of my questioning.
I beg your pardon.
So if you could just listen to my question and respond to it specifically.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, let me take you to another article you penned, which was around the cynical times. It's at page 320.
Sorry, just to clarify, cynical, this is the Daily Friend?
Yes.
Yes.
If you then turn to page 3 of 4 of that article, so at the bottom of the article itself, it says page 3 of 4.
I'm seeing 3 or 5, 4 or 5, 5 or 5.
So my attorney has directed you to the specific page I'm looking for, but for your benefit, if you flip 2 pages back, you will see that the article is indeed penned by you. It's titled Cynical, What Saved the Day, and you've made reference to it earlier.
Yes, just to clarify, this is the second article. We started with the first one. We're now on the second one. That's fine. Yes, I
Yes.
penned both of them personally.
Yes. So if you go to page 3 or 4, right at the top, you say there, police enforce the law, and the law in South Africa openly discriminates against people on the basis of race. In addition, Farmers, but especially white farmers, have a target put on their back by those like Malema, who calls them land thieves, and those like Ramaphosa, who do not include them in our people. Most of all, a target is put on all property owners' backs by the expropriation bill and Parliament's efforts to shred the Bill of Rights. You recall saying that, don't you?
Yes, I wrote that.
Yes. The point again is simply this. You seem to have quite a strong view about protection of property rights, in particular in relation to white farmers, don't you?
I have a strong view on property rights. My view is that it should apply to all people, and that does include white farmers.
No. Police enforce the law, and the law in South Africa openly discriminates against people on the basis of race. In addition, farmers, but especially white farmers, have a target put on their back by those like Malema, who call them land thieves, and those like Ramaphosa, who do not include them in our people. So there's a race dynamic there, is it not?
Yes, the
And
race.
that's what you're writing about, is it not?
I'm writing about a race dynamic. Yes.
Yes. And your focus is on white farmers, is it not?
In these two sentences, yes.
Yes. Let's go back to the article I referred you to at 320. Sorry, it's the same article. At page 2 of 4.
Are we just going one page backwards?
Correct.
Great.
There, the first heading is important development. And then the second one is the big picture, and that's the paragraph or the heading I want to focus on.
Okay.
Specifically, the third last paragraph. Now, in this article, of course, you're writing about cynical. And you've testified Mr. Floyd Shivambu, who's the deputy president of the EFF, was present, not so?
I did, yeah.
Yes. Now, you say in that third last paragraph, where it starts with the most consistent, you say there, the most consistent criticism the EFF has directed at police is to call them incapable. And they therefore argue that Julius Malema and Floyd Shivambu came to Senegal to defend state infrastructure on the police's behalf. Now, this is the relevant part. You say, Shibambu's tongue must have been deep in his cheek when he said that, since the only damage to public property in Senegal on Friday was done by the Red Berets. You recall saying that?
I wrote that, yes.
Okay, let's pause for a second. I want to play a clip for you, a video clip. It's a video clip of what happened in Senegal. I most certainly will.
Thank you.
I'll confirm the dates just now. I want us to play a second clip, also coming from Cynical.
Thank you.
I will admit I've been remiss, my lord, in confirming the dates of the two videos. What we will do is go back to the source and I'll confirm them before my learned friend finishes with his, or rather just after he finishes with his re-examination. And the reason I did not focus on the date is precisely because for purpose of my cross-examination it doesn't matter. But of course it's something that my learned friend can deal with if he so pleases with my learned friend, with the witness.
Yes, well, I'm surprised it doesn't matter if I can issue just a note that there's a reference in the passage quoted to the witness that refers to a day of Friday. And so that's why I want to know what day the videos are.
Yes.
But you're still persisting on the date being, the witness being informed about the date.
Yes. Well, in other words, it's going to depend on what my learned friend asks next as to whether the date is relevant or not.
The point is this, Mr. Krause. This happened in Cynical, as you've testified earlier, did you not?
Yes, and it is clear from my previous reporting and also from what appeared on the screen that that footage we have just seen was from October 6th. It said so on the screen, and I've seen, if not exactly this footage from this camera, I've seen footage of the same event, which is what I was describing earlier in my examination in chief with regards to what I consider to be a barbaric and vigilante invasion of a court.
So it did happen in Cynical?
That is correct.
Yes, that's the question.
That's my answer is yes, that took place in Senegal.
Yes. Now, I accept that you make reference to the 5th in your article. You say, You say this happened, or rather, let me read your extract. You say that the EFF went to Senegal with their mandate, and the mandate was to destroy property. Let me read what you said. Shibambu's tongue, let me read the whole paragraph. The most consistent criticism the EFF has directed at police is to call them incapable, and they therefore argue that Julius Malema and Floyd Shibambu came to Senegal to defend state infrastructure on the police's behalf. Shibambu's tongue must have been deep in his cheek when he said that, since the only damage to public property in Senegal on Friday was done by the Red Berets. Did you write anything similar to this in relation to the footage we've just seen?
I just must point out, because definite articles are an important thing to me. You misread. I didn't say done by the Red Berets. I said done by Red Berets. It's a small technicality. Did I write anything like that about the attack on the court on October 6th? I can't recall one way or another. There might very well be something in one of these pieces that you've referenced.
No, there isn't in the pieces I've referenced.
Okay. Then I don't know. I can't recall. It might be. It might not be.
Yeah. In light of, let's take a step back. Are you able to identify, at least as a group, the personalities we've just seen on TV?
Yes.
Who are they?
That is a subsection of a group of people that had met outside the courthouse, I believe after the arraignment of the accused in Brendan Horner's murder on the 6th of October. And most of that group dispersed, but some of that group then went in to the court. The purpose, as far as I can understand, was for them to get hold of the accused and do mob justice, which is not justice at all. They were breaking the law, and they did damage to a police vehicle. Their supposed claim was that they were, as vigilantes claim, that they were righting a wrong, that they were trying to hold the accused accountable for the murder of Brendan Horner. But I think that claim is incredible and ridiculous.
So what you're suggesting is that there's no basis to the claim as far as you see it?
That's correct.
Yes. Do you know what I find so interesting, Mr. Krauser? You speak in very definitive terms when you speak about the EFF and their involvement there. You even single out personalities. Your testimony was the EFF supporters threw stones. Suddenly we're dealing with this group, suddenly they are vigilantes that are unidentifiable. Let me take it further. It's a proposition, not a question. Not only do you do that, suddenly you can't identify them in the groupings you defined earlier. Your evidence in chief was there were certain groupings of people on both divides. On the one hand was the EFF, the ANC, and whoever else was there. On the other, there were three groupings you referred to, did you not?
I did.
Who were they?
The first grouping, the furthest away from town, was gathered by the AfriForum's banner. It was not exclusive to AfriForum.
Yes.
The second grouping was closer to town, but still at a distance from the barbed wire. And that grouping I have picked out as anti-farm murder protesters who were overtly religious. The main activities I saw there was prayer, hymn singing, and so on. And the third grouping was closer to the barbed wire fence. I did not characterize that group in much detail. I did say that some of the people who were there wore shirts that said things like Boer Lives Matter.
What was the third grouping?
So they were anti-farm murder protesters. I've said that. I'll say that again. I'm not sure how further to characterize them. I don't know the names of their leaders, if they have leaders. Yes. I don't know their political affiliation, if they have a political affiliation. And so I can't comment on that side of it. I think it's, in a sense, to the credit of the political parties that are there, that their leaders were put on a stage, yes, and that their leaders are nationally famous, and that their supporters readily identify themselves via regalia. This shows in my opinion, it is a healthy politics for leaders to be identifiable and for political supporters to be identifiable. I think the anti-farm murder protest is somewhat inchoate or unsophisticated insofar as it is leaderless and insofar as it is not developed a readily identifiable symbol.
Okay. From the groupings you've given us, from which grouping were the personalities we just saw now?
I would not be able to identify any of those persons on Friday the 16th, which was 10 days later. It is quite difficult even to identify them from the footage we've seen. Yeah. And as I said, when I was in Senekal on the 16th for the big day, I was almost the entire time either by the court or by the ANC or by the EFF. It was at some periods impossible for me to be on the other side because of the blockage. But even if it had been possible, I still would have spent most of my time in Senekal. That was my mission, was to speak to the people around the court. It was other people's issue to deal with those people on that side.
That's fine. But what is fair and safe to say is that of the two groupings you have identified, on the one side of the divide, and I think you drew a geographical visual of how they were divided and the police in between, keeping the two from coming together. On the one divide was the ANC, the EFF, and whoever else. On the other divide were the three groupings you made reference to, not so?
Yes.
And is it fair to say this grouping we've just seen on the footage comes from the latter divide, is it not?
I don't think that's fair to say.
Explain.
On the basis of what I was told by people who were organizing protests at Senekal for the 16th, those people over there were identified either as plants or as barbarians who were not welcome in the broader anti-farm murder
Let me
movement.
stop you there. Your evidence now was that you do not buy this argument of there were plants there. You can't use that as a premise to your answer then. As far as you understand it, having accepted the incredibility of the first proposition, on the basis of your understanding, now that you've discarded that myth, as you understand it, of the two divides, which divide does this group fall under?
The question is, it just must be the case. When my learned friend asked the witness a question, he said, this is what you testified before. You must accurately put that to the witness. Now, my learned friend has said that this notion of plants that we declared this myth, that is not the witness's suggestion. He said this is a proposition that was put in 2 months ago. So I just asked my learned friend puts an accurate account for the witness so that we can answer accurately.
You have testified about how these individuals were identified or described earlier on, did you not?
I did.
And one of the propositions was that the vigilante group, they are plants, is it not so?
I said that I had been told by some people that some members, very few, 2 or 3 maybe, were plants.
Yes. And what is your response to that proposition?
I can't confirm or deny it, but I took it as evidence that those community organizers I was dealing with did not consider those people welcome or reliable. That is the inference that I drew and that I draw now. Beyond that inference, I can't help this court.
Did you or did you not say earlier, you find the notion that there were plants and vigilantes incredible?
I might have said that. I'm not
did
sure
say
that I
so.
say. Did I say that the notion that they're in plants is incredible? I don't know that I said that. It does strike me as a claim without corroborating evidence that I can't draw any further inference from. So I can't, if I said, let me put it to you this way, if I said it's incredible, what I would like to elaborate that to mean is that I don't have a good reason to believe that it's true. And so if you want me to defer one way or another, I would defer to saying it's an allegation that I can't support.
Let's stop there.
Okay.
To the extent you did say it's an incredible proposition, you're now recanting that evidence, is it not so? To
No.
the extent you did.
No. To the extent that I'm saying that's incredible, what I'm trying to say is that is not something that has credibility I can help with. Where I'm trying to answer your question with regards to this group here, what side were they on? What I'm trying to say is that you are presenting a false dichotomy. It is false to say they were either on the one side or on the other side. It might be that they were not welcome on that day at all. It might be that some had already been alienated or expelled by the community. I can't recall when the arrests were made for that damage to public property. I know that some arrests were made, the court would have to figure out whether those arrests were made earlier or later. It might be that they were made later. I don't know.
Let me tell you what my difficulty is, Mr. Krause. As I suggested to you earlier, you speak in such definite terms when you're giving us evidence of what the EFF did.
I call those people barbarians. That's definite.
In clear terms, identifying them as EFF members. You don't suggest that they are barbarians who are vigilantes. You don't do that. You are definite in who they are and what they represent. We deal with this aspect. Suddenly, you don't know who they are, you can't identify them, and you just merely refer to them as barbarians who are potential. You get into speculations about who they are. Maybe they were cast out by society. Why can't the same apply to the EFF members that you criticize? Why can't they be vigilantes? Why aren't they defined in those terms? Why is it so certain that they are EFF members when you deal with them, and then when we deal with this group, suddenly we don't know who they are, and perhaps they're outcasts? Do you understand my difficulty with your evidence, Mr. Krause?
Okay, there's three questions. Why do I identify the EFF members as EFF members? I've tried to be clear to this court that I'm identifying people wearing EFF regalia, and even acknowledging not everyone who wears a red beret or a red shirt within EFF is necessarily an EFF member. It could be that there's a plant, for example, within the EFF. But I've tried to be clear on that the evidence that I'm relying on is what people are wearing and where they are organized, literally where they are standing in this, on this day. For this group, why am I not doing the same? It is because I do not know. I do not know who is their leader. I do not know by what item of clothing I can identify their purpose. But what I can identify is their purpose. Their purpose was to do, to find the accused and do mob justice to them, which I have repeatedly said is no justice at all. I've also repeatedly and at every instance mentioned that those accused were exonerated, which, I mean, look, even if they were found guilty, subverting due process is no good. But the fact that they were exonerated and these people tried to do mob justice to them is an indictment, in my opinion. I would testify in a trial in which these people were being charged. If there was some expert evidence I could give that could help a court. But I don't have much expert evidence that I could give to help a court about who they are, about who their leaders are, because I am ignorant of that.
I think we take the point, Mr. Krause. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go to page 1035. It's actually page 1810, my apologies. And perhaps I should just explain this, Your Lordship. I'm struggling with the paging. It doesn't align to this because I had my copies way earlier and I've made notes. So I didn't bother to print out ones that show case lines. My apologies for that. So it's page 1810. What page 1810 is an article, or rather an open letter, my apologies, that appeared in the Daily Maverick, dated 17 September 2021. What this is a letter that was written by persons affiliated or were affiliated to the IRR. And the open letter is titled, IIR's current approach betrays the legacy of its founders and does disservice to the people of South Africa. if you don't have to scroll there, but if you so wish, you can. If you scroll to the very last page of that letter, you will see the signatories to that letter. I've highlighted a few, some random, some deliberately. A couple of names that appear there is one Jeff Butlander, SC, who was the chair of the Western Cape Regional Committee from 1973 to 1975, and a member of the Executive Committee and National Council 1973 to about 1985 after he resigned. Obviously, all these references are references to their positions within the IRR. And then you've got Hugh Corder, who was a member and sometime a chair of the Western Cape Regional Committee 1985 to 1994, also a member of the National Council 1988 to 1994. And then you've got John Dugard, who was the president of the IRR 1977 to 1979. And then you've got George Ellis, who's the IRR member and sometime a chair of the Western Cape region, late 1980s and early 1990s. And then you've got Ella Gandhi. And then you've got Keith Goshok, IIR life member. And then you've got Peter Hain, whom I understand now to be Lord Peter Hain. And the list goes on and on. You've got Bani Pichana there as well. And then you've got Itumeleng Mahaban, who's the grandson of the IIR president. And then you've got Max Price. And then you've got Jane Tempest, IIR Head of Research, 2003 to 2007. Now, I read some of these years because they speak to around about when IIR itself was founded, or at least came immediately after it was founded. Can you accept that?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
The question is, I've read out the years, and the idea behind reading out the words is to just make the point that the personalities I'm referring to who have penned this letter were at the very least at the foundation, were there when the IIR was founded, or played a significant role not long after.
No, that's not true. The IRR was founded in 1929. These people were all alive in 2021.
Yes.
At 1929, at the founding of the IRR, they would have been unborn or an infant in the crib, even the oldest among them. I don't
Well then,
agree with that, what you're putting to me.
well, let's give an example then. Closer, 1950. Bishop Michael Nightle, former IR member, 1952. Does that help you? Are we getting closer to where you want us to get to?
Sure, there's one member, yeah,
Yes.
from the 50s, from 25 years after it was founded.
Very well. But they're still luminaries of the IR, are they not?
Some of them
Yes.
were certainly luminaries.
Yes. Now let's hear what they have to say to the current incarnation of IIR. Let's start with page 2 of 12. The Institute prioritizes its ideological predilections rather than devoting itself to the betterment of race relations. Despite this, the IRR claims to be representing the concerns of all South Africans and that its policies and campaigns continue its human rights legacy. We write as current and former members of the South African Institute of Race Relations. In other words, some of them are members as we speak. We write as current and former members of the South African Institute of Race Relations and other concerned citizens to express our disquiet at the direction the IRR has taken and its current role in South Africa. The IRR was once a major player in the human rights movement in South Africa. According to its historian, Ellen Hellman, it was specifically established to promote interracial goodwill and to conduct investigations bearing upon race relations. The two main objectives of its constitution adopted in 1932, read as that excerpt appears. And then if you go down, the second last paragraph, last sentence, it says, today, all that is left of that legacy is the annual survey, which remains a valuable source of statistics and data drawn from such bodies as Statistics South Africa, the Reserve Bank, government departments, and international bodies, but only because they are published without comment. In other words, they are published without comment. They are nothing but the work of the IRR without an independent eye cast over them. You turn the page to the third paragraph. We do not dispute the right of individuals to promote their own political and economic beliefs, but note that the IRR fosters a free market, small state agenda while representing itself as a human rights research organization devoted to impartial fact-based analysis. This testifies to its open association with the northern libertarian groups such as the Atlas Network and the Heritage Foundation, the latter supporting Trump's presidential campaigns. Furthermore, although the IRR founding constitution explicitly excluded the Institute from identifying or associating itself with any organized political party, the IRR has increasingly identified itself with the Democratic Alliance. Through its website, The Daily Friend, which of course you're an author of, correct?
That's correct.
Through its news website, The Daily Friend, and their liberty policy bulletins, the IRR has obfuscated or denied the role of humans in causing climate change, attacked South African medical scientists, offered scientific advice about COVID-19 vaccines and other mitigating measures, and attacked analysis of the societal production of racism and racial inequality as inherently race essentialist. Furthermore, in a society where more than 30 people were shot in recent civilian conflicts in Durban, it has objected to proposed government. It has objected to proposed government legislation tightening access to firearms. You skip the next sentences to the next paragraph. These issues reflect the concerns of the board of the Institute, which, nearly 3 decades after the end of apartheid, remains engaged primarily with the interest of an overwhelmingly white, elite, and big business constituency. Let me read that again. The criticism is that this reflects the concerns of the board of an institute which, nearly 3 decades after end of apartheid, remains engaged primarily with the interest of an overwhelmingly white, elite, and big constituency. And then again, they talk about the website that we are an author of within IRR. Through the Daily Friend's opinion columns and in their campaigns and reports, the IRR uses misinformation and hyperbole to foster fear, confusion, and conflict rather than logical and constructive public dialogue based in solid empirical research. They talk about you again. The Daily Friend is not a member of the Press Council of South Africa and hence not subject to its jurisdiction nor the Media Code of Ethics. Do you know what that means?
Yes.
What does it mean?
I assume you're asking, do I know what all of the things mean that you've just read to me?
What I'm asking is,
It was quite a lot.
the Daily Friend, which you are an author of, or at least one of the authors of, is not a member of the Press Council of South Africa, and hence not subject to its jurisdiction, nor the Media Code of Ethics. What does that mean for accountability, journalistic accountability?
That means, in general, insofar as I understand it, that if someone has a complaint against what is published in the Daily Friend, then they cannot go through the regular measures. It also means we don't have the same protections. I have been accused of libel, and threats have been made against me to take me to court, for example, by Agri-SA, the largest agricultural union, on my publication of comments made by Dan Crick. At that stage, it was brought to my attention that this was an issue, and that we would face the libel charge if we were to face such a charge in a court and without that kind of process. That charge was dropped, and it was conceded that I had reported accurately, as it happens. That is the only instance in which I know of
Interesting, but what's
that this
the
has
question,
been.
Mr. Krause?
I'm trying to explain that, as far as I know, all it means is that if we get sued, it looks a little bit different. But we've never been sued. No one has ever shown an instance of libel, for example. And And I'm not sure of any other way in which it's relevant.
Mr. Krauser, please, I'm going to appeal to you again. Listen to my question and answer my question without context that is irrelevant to the question. I'm asking you, for purposes of journalistic integrity and accountability, what does the fact that you're not the member of the Press Council mean?
Almost nothing.
Explain.
It's my opinion that the Press Council of South Africa does very little to maintain journalistic integrity. That journalistic integrity comes from individual integrity of journalists and good corporate governance. So I have much respect for many journalists. I think that they do good work because they know it's the right thing to do or because they've got a good office culture. I'm not aware of much by way of the Press Council improving conditions.
So you are not falling under their jurisdiction? The Daily Friend does not fall under its jurisdiction?
I don't dispute that we have not joined to become a member of the Press Council of South Africa.
So if there were any issues with the accuracy of your reporting or your ethical conduct as a journalist, it would not fall under their jurisdiction, would it?
It might fall under their jurisdiction. If a complaint is made, my understanding is that in that instance we can submit ourselves to their jurisdiction. I'm not sure of this, but I can highlight another instance where a complaint was made against me.
We'll get there.
And I submitted myself.
We'll get there. You say you're not sure. I'm presenting what is written here as fact. Do you have anything to discredit this line? The Daily Friend, which you are an author of, is not a member of the Press Council of South Africa and hence not subject to its jurisdiction, nor the Media Code of Ethics. Do you dispute that?
Yes. We are, the first part of it is true. We are not a member of the Press Council, and the second part of it might not be true. We might submit ourselves to its jurisdiction in an instance if someone asks us to. I'm not sure if that's an available route, but in a parallel case, we have submitted ourselves to jurisdiction of independent councils. And in terms of the Media Code of Ethics, which is the last 5 words of that sentence, I dispute the claim of these authors that just because a journalist is writing for a publication that is not part of the Press Council, that they do not have a code of ethics and that their code of ethics is any different. And I've given the reasons for that dispute already.
You recall, as the head of campaigns at the IRR, that you ran a campaign called Racism is Not the Problem, correct?
I have run such a campaign.
Sorry, what's the answer?
Yes, I do recall.
And this was under the ban of IRR, was it not?
Yes.
Let's go to that billboard. Let's go to a billboard that's related to it, and I'll give context now. Just so everyone is on the same page, under that campaign, you created this billboard, didn't you?
I'm just waiting for it to come up, but yes, I created that billboard.
Yes. And the billboard says racism is not the problem.
It says a little bit more than that.
www.
You can't see in this photo the right-hand corner. The entirety of the billboard says www.racismisnottheproblem.co.za. The .co.za is not visible in this photograph of the billboard, but it was visible on the billboard. You can see that the photograph has cropped the billboard.
Very well. But you can confirm the words racism is not the problem appear on the billboard that you created under your campaign.
That is correct.
Yes. And you say racism, you give context to this idea that racism is not the problem. Your Lordship, again, sorry to interrupt myself and the court. We spoke about this, witnesses being on the stand under cross-examination and being on their phone. We're having the same problem again.
Mr. Krause, are you having your phone?
On the laptop, rather, my lord.
On what?
The laptop, his laptop.
It's just case line.
No, we're talking about typing, not scrolling through case line. Case lines you don't type, you scroll to.
I beg your pardon. I hope I didn't do a wrong thing. I wrote down words while Mr. Kasaboti was reading out that extract. I wrote down current members. I wrote down small state. I wrote down Democratic Alliance. I wrote down denied climate change. These were things that were raised in that long stretch of text that I just wanted to dispute. But I wasn't sure if I was going to get a chance to answer questions about that. It was my understanding that if I, for example, had a pen and paper, I could write down a note while evidence was being read to me. So I thought I could similarly write down a note, but I've made no communication in any form.
Well, I think you should desist from that because computer and handwriting are two different modes of communication. You could be opening the computer and your computer is against the counsel. Counsel may not see what you're looking at as you testify.
I'm sorry, my lord. I'm sorry to counsel.
I'm actually wondering, in the light of that complaint, whether, because you're able to connect to the bigger screen, whether case line should not be opened and use the screen as a second screen. Because like I'm using two screens here, yes. And I can open case line on this one, I can type on this one. So if we can connect to the bigger screen, then the witness would not need to be looking at his computer. It will make it much easier also for him.
Yes. Well, Your Lordship, I don't have too many questions. Oh, it's there. I was about to say I don't have too many more questions for the witness, and perhaps during the break interval they could connect, and if my learned friend wishes to use it, he can use it.
Okay. Well, I think let's start using that to avoid the problem. Okay, you may proceed.
Now, this billboard was created around the time there were racial tensions and there were concerns. Let me put it as one proposition. The billboard was written at a time where there were racial tensions. Not so.
I would say it is true that somewhere in the world there was a racial tension when this billboard was written.
Yes. Somewhere in the world specifically talking about is the United States, are you not?
Oh, I didn't have anywhere in mind. I just meant as a general proposition, I suppose there is always at least one place in the world on any given day where there is one incident of racial tension.
Well, let me put it this way then. In one of your articles, you'll tell me if you never wrote it, I can tell you you did, and I can show it to you. You wrote an article bemoaning the idea of how we've incorporated the concept of Black Lives Matter in a South African context. Not so.
No, just show the article. We'll just do that now. So that everyone's on the same page.
No problem.
Well, Mr. Kasiboto, I thought you were going to round up before lunch. Looks like this may be the appropriate time for us to take the lunch break.
Indeed, Sir, Your Lordship.
Thank you very much. We're going to take the lunch break, Mr. Krause. You will remain under oath. We can't discuss this case with any person except with the permission of the court. Thank you very much. The court shall adjourn.
nuances and differences in tone in order to understand what exactly you meant. I'm suggesting what you're suggesting as a qualifier is actually a misdirection. There's an underlying message you're sending. Now I'm saying for us to appreciate that, we must understand the nuance of language. I'm saying when you say racism is not the problem, but there are other pressing issues, you're in essence saying how this billboard should be read is racism is not the problem. Not so.
I think that's, I don't see any semantic difference if you say racism is not the problem or racism is not the problem. But I'm happy to say that both are fine ways to read it. And if you could explain to me more about what the differences that you see, then maybe I can help.
Okay. My proposition is this. Racism is not the problem, and racism is not the problem, are semantically different.
No, they're not.
Okay. And you appreciate that semantic difference because deliberately you use upper cases for not and in red. In other words, that's where the focus should be. Not so.
We did intend to highlight the word not.
Because there's an underlying reason for that. Not so.
There was an underlying reason for it,
Yes.
which I can explain.
I'll give you a moment. I'm saying, had the intention been to simply say racism is not the problem, in contrast to other pressing issues, the wording would have been racism is not the problem. But you place emphasis on the word not. In other words, that's the underpinning message. Racism is not the problem. Now, I'm suggesting to you there's a semantical difference between racism is not the problem and racism is not the problem.
You're suggesting it to me?
Yes. I'm suggesting to you there's a semantical difference between racism is not the problem and racism is not the problem.
I recognize that you are making that suggestion.
Care to comment?
How about what you see that how the friend needs to express what he says the difference is and put that to witness?
Okay, I can comment. I'll take your
The
direction.
witness
Milo.
says you can comment. Go ahead.
To my mind, the semantic difference between racism is not the problem, where the emphasis is on not, and racism is not the problem, where the emphasis is on the word the, and racism is not the problem, where no extra sign has been used to place an emphasis. That there is no semantic difference, that there might be an emphatic difference where the emphasis lies, but that there's not a semantic difference. And I take a semantic difference to mean a very simple thing. If two sentences are semantically the same, then they will be true in all instances and false in all instances. If they are semantically different, there will be some instance where the one is true and the other one is false. So to my mind, racism is not the problem. Racism is not the problem. And racism is not the problem. Those three sentences, if one of them is true, the others will also be true. If one of them is false, the others will also be false. But the emphasis, where you put the emphasis in language, will communicate something beyond merely that it's true.
That's the proposition though, Mr. Krause.
Okay.
I'm saying there's a reason why the emphasis is on not and not on the or is. Because once you change the emphasis of not to something else, then it doesn't carry the message you intend. Not so.
No, so there was a reason that we put it on not. It wasn't to change the message. It certainly wasn't to change the meaning. The meaning remains the same. It's my proposition, regardless of where the emphasis lies.
Very well. Then let's deal with the article that I'd said you had written, and my learned friend pressed me to find it. And it's just going to be put up now on screen. So because of the difficulties, we can again go to the first page, but we obviously have connectivity issues. If you don't mind, what I'll do is I'll read the first page and see if you agree. If not, then we'll go to the top page. Okay, there you go. Thank you. So if you scroll down, keep going, stop there. This would be your name, wouldn't it?
My name appears on the cover page of the report because Black Lives Matter.
Let's scroll down. Further down. Again, under author, that would be your name, isn't it?
That's correct.
So you wrote this?
That's correct.
Yes. Now, if you go back to the heading under 17, where it says category error. Under category error, just to give context of what this article is about. The article is about your analysis of Black Lives Matter. And then under this heading, you discuss category error. That's how you've tagged it. And you give an impression of Black Lives Matter. This is what you say. The mistake in Black Lives Matter ideology is not that racism doesn't exist. It does. The mistake is to think more and better racism will help the situation. Following critical do you perhaps want to explain to us what the word CRT means?
Yes, critical race theory is what it stands for. That is an academic body of thought or a school of analysis which was in a sense crystallized in 89, the year of my birth as it happens, and which has become increasingly significant in America's academic practices and elsewhere. And my final comment would be that not everything in CRT is original. A lot of it is just making explicit which was implicit.
Sure.
Sorry, just give me the full citation of that abbreviation, CRT.
Critical race theory.
Thank you.
Sure.
Just give us a synopsis in literally 3 lines and no more. A brief synopsis of your understanding of the critical race theory. I mean, obviously, it's got racial connotations. I want you to place emphasis on that synopsis on race.
Okay. A critical theory is a theory of description which also includes an intention to change the world. That emerged from Austria 100 years ago. Critical theories of law have analyzed how legal systems have, without realizing it sometimes, imposed bias or oppression against subsections of society. And critical race theory is a body of analysis about how a legal system can oppress particularly black people, even if the words are not written as in apartheid explicitly to oppress black people, that it can still happen that way. This is a central contention of critical race theory. There is more, but I will limit myself.
But, sorry, the critical legal theory, that's also an American concept, or has its origins among the American scholars, isn't it?
It does. I was tracing even further back to the Austrians, but critical legal theory has been prominent in America for many decades, at least since World War II.
And it draws between the liberal conception and the individualistic and communitarian conceptions.
That is correct.
Okay.
Now, when you deal with the critical race theory and Black Lives Matter movement, you say, following CRT, BLM aims to elevate the status of the black race through its Black Joy and Black Excellence and other programs. I use quotations because when you discuss Black Joy, you do this, and when you say Black Excellence, you do this. BLM advocates aim at reinforcing the practice of reputational pooling, whereby an individual status is linked to that of another, by emphasizing the achievements of top black performers and insisting that this should inform how one should relate to the black people more generally. BLM also reinforces reputation pooling by insisting that if one black person is killed by the police, all black people could be killed by the police. BLM also calls for racial codes of conduct. For example, that white people should guard blackouts, wherein only black people are allowed to bask, contemplate, and dance. Now, we could dissect this premise by premise to conclusion as to what the underlying message is. But I think it would be a fair summation to say you're critical of the ideology of Black Lives Matter, aren't you?
Yes.
And that sums up and rounds off quite nicely the suggestion I want to make. I will, in due course, this is not a debate I'm going to have with you because it's a legal one, but I'll submit in due course that, construed properly, your billboard suggests that racism is not the problem. I will also suggest that, linked to that and consistent with that idea, is your thought that Black Lives Matter movement has what one would call deficiencies, and you're critical. Let me phrase the question, let me put the proposition to you. Your view of Black Lives Matter is that it's a fallacious concept, is it not?
No.
No. What I'm saying is what I proposed to you earlier on, which is that the ideological flaws with the concept of Black Lives Matter.
The way you phrase that, the concept of Black Lives Matter seems to be, on a plain reading, if you just said, what is the concept of Black Lives Matter? It would be the idea that a person's life matters, where that person is black. And there's no flaw with that concept. That is a correct description of things. When you say Black Lives Matter ideology, then, or as I refer to it, I'm referring to a broader set of claims, merely than the claim that Black Lives Matter. And in that broader set of claims, which is put forward by the BLM network, global network, which is an institution, as well with that name,
okay,
as well as allies, there I have,
yes.
There I criticize.
I see the difficulty. Let's put it in short then. Let me quote you. Black Lives Matter aims to elevate the status of black race through its Black Joy and Black Excellence and other programs. That's what you say.
Yes, at the start of that section,
Yes.
I say BLM ideology, and so in all instances, I expect the reader to take that to mean following CRT, following critical race theory. Black Lives Matter ideology aims to do, as you say, elevate the status of the black race through its Black Joy, Black Excellence, and other programs, and those you can see on the website of the Black Lives Matter Global Network.
Fine.
Mr. Siboto, can you ask your attorney to close the section dealing with notes to give a full and large yes? That should be better. Can you see? I could see you battling a bit.
It's easier to see now. Thank you, my lord.
Okay. That's not where I am. I'm not reading the first sentence where it says, the premise is this: Black Lives Matter aims to elevate joy, Black Excellence, and other programs. That's the assertion you make.
I make that assertion with the
Yes.
understanding that the reader will take BLM to stand for the ideology.
It doesn't matter, does it? BLM ideology, BLM movement, the same thing, is it not?
It's close. It's not exactly the same. And the report, this report is quite long. It goes into the differences between those two things.
Fair enough. Now, the difficulty is that there seems to be this constant theme, at least as far as you are concerned, under the umbrella of IR, that firstly, in my view, and you'll find a different description of it, diminishes and almost mocks the idea of racism. And specific reference is made to the point of the billboard. I've suggested to you what I think and make of that billboard. The second theme, which is consistent with that, is this whole idea that there is this movement to deal with racial tensions specifically against black people. Yet again, in response to that movement, this is what you sum up BLM to mean. I will suggest that it means far broader than that simplistic and rather oversimplified sense of BLM. Those are propositions you do not have to respond to. Like I said, it's going to be my legal argument.
May I respond to them?
Of course.
Briefly. To the first assertion that I diminish and mock the idea of racism, I reject that categorically. I have frequently been called upon, and I consider it important duty to comment on racist behavior that has been made public in South Africa. And I have condemned that behavior in no uncertain terms, as I think is necessary, because where instances of racism occur, this is a very serious matter that I take very seriously, that we at the Institute take very seriously. As to the second assertion, that my summary of BLM ideology is oversimplified, I reject that, and I would just rather like to point out that one sentence or maybe two sentences of my report have been quoted here. And of course, if one only looks at one or two sentences, one will only get one or two sentences worth of analysis. I start this report at length describing the good intentions of BLM ideology and the movement, and very important positive parts of its history. And I could go further, but I will leave it there.
And in keeping with the assertions that I've made, and I'm suggesting there's a pattern here on how you report on race issues. The first issue I take, or rather the first thing I take issue with, is the report itself. It's inflammatory. You knew how to be understood, nonetheless you proceeded. The second is the issue of this article, which we've just gone through. The third is your position on the concept or the policy of expropriation without compensation. Again, at the face of it, it appears to me and this is the point I would like you to respond to. It appears to me that consistent with these issues that I've raised, again, you take a posture that justifies why land reform through expropriation without compensation is fallacious. Not so.
I would like to answer that question, but I apologize. You did put something to me. You said that I knew how the billboard. You said that.
And I said I'll take it further in legal argument. Now I'm at the third point.
Okay, sorry. Earlier you'd said that that I in general diminish and mock the idea of racism. You hadn't said anything about inflammatory or about how it would be taken. So I thought I might just say something about how it was taken, which is that 2 people complained to the advertising group that they had it offensive, and we submitted ourselves to their jurisdiction. I was making reference to this earlier with regard to the press council, that if someone makes a complaint through an independent counsel, we might submit ourselves to their jurisdiction. In this instance, I said, please, we would like the Ombud to hear this out, gather whatever evidence they need, and decide whether this is offensive or inflammatory in any way. I made that submission, and I had no legal duty to do so because I was confident that it was not inflammatory or offensive. Moreover, although 2 people complained, and although I was chastised on a radio station by one radio host who misrepresented what it said, who said that it says racism, which I would never say, and is categorically incorrect. Nevertheless, over 1,000 people showed their support by becoming friends of the Facebook page Racism is Not the Problem, and anyone is available to see who those friends are and to see that it is a very racially diverse group of people who do occur, that is a problem, but that it is not the national problem it is made out to be. In terms of the last question that you asked me, I don't quite understand it. If you could just put that last bit to me again, I'd appreciate it. And as for the advertising...
Just hold on.
Sorry.
We'll get there. You say, and I think this is page 181, it's 169. Do you have a copy?
I do, thank you.
And while you get your copy, to be, not so.
I don't know what that sentence means.
Well, I'm trying to verbatim repeat what you just said. You said in defense of the billboard, all you're trying to discredit is the idea that it is suggested to be. Correct me if I'm wrong, I understood you to be saying racism is not an issue made out to be.
No, I said racism is not the problem that it's made out to be in the public square by politicians and some leading voices.
In fact, you said racism is not a problem.
I beg your pardon, my lord. I said that on one radio station I was chastised by someone who misrepresented the billboard. That person, that radio host, said that the billboard reads, racism is not a problem. I reject that. The billboard would never say that. I would never associate myself with saying that. If somebody said that, I would criticize them enthusiastically and decisively, because that is an incorrect statement. Racism is a problem, for sure. Racism is not the problem that it is made out to be. That is a true statement, in my opinion, which is consistent with the true statement that racism is a problem,
but not to the extent that it's made out to be.
That is a surprising finding.
Yes. Now, That's why I drew your attention to page 169 of the book.
Yeah, I'm on it. Thank you.
This is Mr. Watts' book. Under the heading, A Scourge of Racism, it says, judging from Facebook and Twitter, it is fair to conclude that racism is in fact a major crisis in South Africa.
So what page are you reading at?
169.
Sorry, could you further tell me where on that page?
It's under the heading, A Scourge of Racism.
First,
the
I
first
see it.
sentence.
Thank you.
Your Lordship has found the page.
Yes, I have. Thank you very much.
It says, Mr. Watts says, judging from Facebook and Twitter, it is fair to conclude that racism is in fact a major crisis in South Africa. Again, can you reconcile the two statements, yours and his?
Yes.
Please.
It seems to me that from that statement that Mr. Roots has a similar appraisal to my appraisal of what impression one would have of social media. That impression would be that South Africa is a country in which people are constantly suffering racism and that this is happening to most people most of the time. Maybe I'm exaggerating his meaning. That is my impression. But I take it when he says a major crisis, that this is the kind of thing that he might have in mind.
I'm sorry. Please just say that again in a sentence.
My impression of South Africa on social media is that people are always hating each other and fighting with each other and constantly accusing each other of racism. It seems to me
Yes.
that is consistent with what
Yes.
is written here.
And bearing that in mind, the conclusion is, then as a matter of fact, racism is a major crisis in South Africa.
Insofar as if your only evidence is Facebook and Twitter, that would be the only reasonable inference to draw.
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. You wanted to say something? Oh, okay.
Now that's the third premise under which I suggest that your reporting and your views seem, at the face of it, unequitably balanced in favor of one racial demographic over the other. Because given these three examples, first let me stop there. Do you accept that as a proposition?
Absolutely not.
Thank you. Now, the fourth example I want to draw is where we started. You came here as an expert, presumably an independent one. And as an expert, you are required to assist this court independently. In your expert summary, you've annexed documents and articles that relate to Cynical and the reporting of Cynical. None of them refer to the video footage we've seen today. Yet, you were so clear, emphatic, and thorough in reporting the violence, the alleged violence by EFF supporters. Here's a proposition. Would you accept, for someone reporting on Cynical and what happened, the most dramatic thing to have come outside of the court itself was the burning of the van and the 2 gunshots discharged in a court, or rather in a court building? Would you say that's the most dramatic that happened in Cynical?
No, the most dramatic thing that happened in Senegal around this was the murder of Brendan Horner.
I'm talking about what happened in Cynical, Mr. Krause. I'm talking about as at the date when the court processes started. The most dramatic thing to have happened was the torching of the van and the discharge of firearm in a courtroom.
This is a difficult question to answer because dramatic is a strange word.
What word would you use?
Well, I'm not sure what the question is. I mean, most dramatic, it was very dramatic to have tens of thousands of people. It's very dramatic. I would like to answer questions.
Okay. Would you not agree?
Well, shouldn't the question be, what is an event of significance that happened in Senegal on the day of the hearing, or the bail application?
On October 6th, the attack on the court was a significant incident. It was a disturbing incident. It was a condemnable incident. I think that is beyond dispute or any doubt.
And the torching and overturning of the police van?
Is condemnable, reprehensible, and unacceptable.
Yes. So if you come here as an expert narrating the events of Cynical, and you take an effort to annex article after article relating to that, surely you must have thought this is of significance and worth assisting this court with in terms of understanding the context, is it not?
I think I should definitely concede that in whatever written annexures accompany my evidence, there was nothing that I know of to that effect, although I haven't gone over those articles. There might be some reference that I'm not sure of. I'm also certain that in my oral evidence, I addressed this before anyone asked me about it in my attempt to recount what was important about what led to my presence there.
And it's true. It's true that you responded to it before I asked you, not that before anyone asked you, because you were led in chief when you answered the question. Now I'm saying I accept that you had answered before I put it to you. That I accept.
Okay.
But it still does not deal with my issue. My issue is you come here as an expert witness that purports to give an account of what happened in Cynical. You've considered that the torching of the van and the 2 gunshots in a court building were significant. Now I'm saying to you, surely there's something amiss of an expert witness not to refer the court, at least in your expert summary, to that incident.
I would have to leave that for the court to decide. I submit that I have explained what I know about that incident to the court, and that further, in my article, my reference to the EFF's decision to come to Cynical in order to defend public property, it's much like Julius Malema's decision or announcement that he was coming to Cynical to defend his civil rights to freedom of movement, that those are reasons that I respect. What I wrote in my article is that that reason, in particular to defend public property, October 16th. In other words, I think that they had a strong political reason to come to Cynical on October 16th. But having a reason to come is different to having a reason to behave in the way that you behaved.
Accepted. Now, what I'm going to suggest, and I think it's fair that I put it to you first, there was never an intention on your part to make reference to that incident. I know this because had there been an intention from the start, you would have referred to it to what we call an expert summary report, which gives a summary of what you testify on, documents, evidence, or anything of a sort that you'd rely on when giving that evidence. That doesn't appear in your report. I'm going to suggest to you that the only after we had submitted to you that this is the video we're going to rely on, and we're going to cross-examine you on it, then, only then, did you consider that evidence? Do you accept that?
Absolutely not. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to talk about what happened when I
rather
was
don't go
first approached.
No, don't go there. It's probably inappropriate. I accept the answer that no, that wasn't the point. Otherwise, we'll delve into the question of what has been discussed with your legal team. But if you insist, of course.
When I was first asked if I'm going to testify this, I was asked orally to give some description of what I would say. And in going through that, I dwelt at length on this issue. But I'm not sure that I did it correctly. When my understanding of what I was supposed to put in my affidavit was what I had seen myself and what I had written about. And this fell between those two stools. So I considered it important, and I gave that information to this court. But in terms of what was in my affidavit as to my evidence in chief, or whatever the proper name is for this document you're referring to, I considered it appropriate to put down reference to what I had written about in those two articles, What Saved the Day and about Brendan Horner's murder, and as well as what I had witnessed firsthand, which did not include that.
Sure. So let me understand you properly. You are saying to this court, with this evidence, when you're consulting with your lawyers, and someone decided not to put it in.
I'm not sure that such a decision was made. I guess it was made. I'm not sure. At this point, let me say that I do feel like I'm being put in a difficult
You
position.
were playing on the cautionary rule.
Well,
And I'm not sure now whether you're not trading in very dangerous waters.
Well, I think I am, Your
Because-
Lordship. I'd
okay.
invited the witness to not comment, and if he so wishes, then it's an invitation to engage. But I'll take it no further, Your Lordship.
Well, let's just explain to Mr. Krause. Mr. Krause, that you discussed the attorneys in preparation for this hearing. It's private and confidential. And so if you are to tell what you told the attorneys, we need to be cautious as how we deal with it in this court.
I respect that.
Okay,
I'm obviously more of an expert on race relations than legal procedure.
okay, that's fine.
Okay. Now let's move to the complainant's affidavit, which appears. Do you still have your laptop? Oh, we told you not to have it.
No, but I have that.
Paragraph 41 of that document. What you have in front of you, Mr. Krause, is the complainant's, in other words, AfriForum's affidavit, which is in support of the complaint.
What page is that? Thank you.
It is an affidavit that was deposed to by Mr. Ernst Roots on behalf of the complainant being AfriForum. One of the things he says is that paragraph 41, which is in front of you, he says, on or around the same occasion and time, being 16 October 2020, Dr. Ndlozi sang the following song, Bizani Fire Brigade, Batumlilo lo, Bizani Fire Brigade, Shisa Lamabun, EFF Ingenindawen. The translation, call the fire brigade, this is fire. Call the fire brigade, burn these boars. EFF enters in the space/place. Then Mr. Rhodes continues at 42. The singing of this song is undoubtedly incitement to cause arson and damage to property by Dr. Ndlozi. Now here's the relevant part. After the singing of the song, several farms were set alight during the last 2 weeks of October 2020. What appears at the end of that sentence is a footnote. The footnote is to an article that is authority for what he says, i.e., after the singing of the song, several farms were set alight during the last 2 weeks of October 2020. Now, I'm asking you this question because you'd have experienced cynical, you might have an account of what happened, when and how, and you've made reference in instances you don't know. But I want us to go to that article. The article is by Farmers Weekly, and it's titled, "Thousands of Hectares Destroyed by Free State Wildfires." Now, I'm going to ask my attorney to open that article for you. You take a worksheet to it. Now, this is the article that is supposedly authority for what Mr. Watts says. It says, "Thousands of hectares destroyed by Free State wildfires. Raging wildfires that have destroyed nearly 100,000 hectares in the western Free State since Sunday, 18 October, are being fanned by strong winds." Now, then you've got the picture of the farms burning. Now, if you go further down, the article reads, "Raging wildfires that have destroyed nearly 100,000 hectares in the Western Free State since Sunday, 18 October, are being fanned by strong winds. The fires reportedly started on Sunday when service delivery protesters..." Now, let's stop there. The fires reportedly started on Sunday when service delivery protesters burned tires on the R708 road between Herzog and Christiana. Now, given cynical, and given what I've just read out to you, were these fires caused or linked to the singing of the song by Dr. Ndlozi?
To my knowledge, there is no conclusive evidence showing that the fires were set because Dr. Ndlozi sang the song.
Yes.
That is not to say that, I mean, there could be a link.
Yeah.
This article might or might not get into the question of what the service delivery protests were really about. Sometimes that phrase is used very generically, almost meaninglessly. But I don't know. I've never seen this article before. I'm just saying what I see on the screen in front of me.
Let's take the point further. The fires reportedly started on Sunday when service delivery protesters burned tires on the R708 road between Herzogville and Christiana. Let me show you something. If you can just take us to the Google Maps.
So, Mr. Secretary, just for my note, I'm not sure what the plate number is on page 9. The 2580. Is that correct? Thank you very much.
Let me show you something else. Just scroll down so it shows the dimensions. Just to orientate you about what this is, what you have in front of you is a Google Maps screen grab. It shows the geographical distance between the towns in question. So the cynical incident would have happened around Cynical, which is to your far right. And you see the blue highlight is one of the routes to get to Herzogville, which is around where the fires would have happened. Now, in fact, it doesn't even happen in Herzogville. It happens further from Herzogville, because it says on the R708 route between Christiana, which is far left. So conceptually, these fires would have happened anywhere between Herzogville and Christiana to the far left. Now, using the fastest route to get from Cynical to Herzogville, it will take you at least, give or take, 3 hours, would it not?
Yeah, especially if you're going at speed limit.
Yes. So conceptually, well, my learned friend does not particularly like the word conceptually. Let me use a different word. You can't have you must have difficulties with the suggestion that people that are protesting in Cynical, hearing a song in Cynical being sang by Dr. Ndlozi, go and burn farms between Christiana and Herzogsville. What's the probability of that being true?
Without knowing anything further, it would seem most unlikely. I could imagine factors that would make it more likely, and I am aware of reports that the fires did not start all the way that far away, but without being able to access my notes, things that are not in evidence, I can't help much more. But I would say that just on the face of it, the only way one could possibly understand why such a thing would happen would be if the protesters had been bussed in and were being bussed out, and it was for some reason convenient at a late stage in their bus journey. For example, at a time when it was in the middle of the night and therefore harder for them to be detected in the course of criminal activity. I'm not sure I can be much more helpful.
Very well. Add to that the fact that, and it speaks directly to your presumed set of facts that would explain this. The fact that
even less probable. One would have to imagine even further facts such that heard the song and then decided to wait some time. So
you're
as
really
to
trying too hard.
I beg your pardon. If the question is simply, is it possible to imagine these claims being consistent with one another? The answer is yes. If the claim is, if all I knew was what you're showing to me there, does it seem very likely? Then the answer must be no. It doesn't seem very likely that knowing nothing else, that someone will set a fire 4 days later.
You were the expert, well, wait. You're an expert witness and you were the journalist that covered the story. Did you come across this set of circumstances in relation to Cynical?
I had left Cynical before any allegation of these fires starting came across my desk. When I did receive allegations of the fires, I was given conflicting versions. One of the versions I was given was that the fires started closer to Cynical and that they were blown by the wind. That reference to wildfires, to over 100,000 hectares being burnt. The thought there is that a fire is started in one or two places and it burns slowly over a farm or two for a day or two, but then it takes time for it to travel across. Now, I had no ability to investigate that further. I didn't have the wheels to get back there, and I was not able to identify sources with first-hand evidence. So my investigation terminated without a conclusive understanding of what had actually happened one way or another, which is why I have said that I don't see decisive or conclusive evidence implicating
Sure.
the fire burning.
Sure. Let me just put this to you because I sometimes get lost in whether you're changing the answer or not. So I'm going to have to ask you to be direct in answering me. Yes or no? And then you qualify if you so desire, because I'm not too sure what your answer is. I'm saying, firstly, you were reporting on this as a journalist.
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, there is no evidence that suggests that these fires were linked to the singing of the song by Dr. Ndlozi.
No.
Yes.
There's circumstantial and suggestive evidence. There's no conclusive or decisive evidence.
Yes. The second proposition I'm putting to you is this. If you bear in mind the geographical dimensions that I've just alluded to, 1. 2, the number of days on which these fires were reported to have happened. 3, the article itself says it was service delivery protest. As far as you are concerned, is Mr. Ernst Rood's version that these fires were caused by the singing of the song by Dr. Ndlozi probable?
Sorry. My little friend makes a claim that's not made on the list. That would be unfair to the witness. In other words, if the paragraph is read, it says, the singing of the song is a dark and silent cause arson and damage to property by the Second, after the singing of the song, several farms were set alight during the last 2 weeks of October 2020. My learned friend has an additional claim where he says, Mr. Rood says that there is a causal link between those 2 things. Which is further suggestion to my witness correct.
Yes, Mr. Kasiputo, that seemed to be my understanding also.
Well, that's the complaint, Your Lordship, against Dr. Ndlozi. The complaint is there's a nexus between the singing of the song and the harm caused.
No, but I think the point that's been raised is that you're putting it to this witness,
Yes.
and you expect this witness to respond to something that was put to Mr. Rhodes. And you say Mr. Rhodes said that there was a link between the singing of the song and the fires.
No, Your Lordship.
You're not saying that.
The version was never put to Mr. Rhodes.
Well, then put your version differently to the witness.
Mr. Rhodes, at paragraph 42, says the singing of the song called the Fire Brigade undoubtedly, let me start afresh. The singing of the song is undoubtedly incitement to cause arson and damage to property by Dr. Ndlozi. Then he says, after the singing of the song, several farms were set alight during the last 2 weeks of October 2020. He then, as proof of that, attaches this article. I mean, what other conclusion can there be other than him suggesting that those fires were caused by the singing of the song? Surely that's the logical conclusion.
That seems like a possible inference. I'm not sure it's the only inference that you could draw. It might be possible to draw the following inference. Dr. Ndlozi has done something that is being criticized, and other people have done something that is being criticized, but that those other people who are doing something that is being criticized have not done it because of what Dr. Ndlozi did. So it might be that A caused B, or it might be that A happened, and then after that B happened.
Well, as I understand, I can see, Mr. Kasibuto, that you're a little bit lost. My understanding of the witness is Dr. Ndlozi said something which may be criticized or may be condemned, and other people goes out and do another thing which may not necessarily flow directly from what Mr. Ndlozi said, but similarly, that also gets criticized. I think that's my understanding of what the witness says.
Thank you, Lord.
Mr. Roth says, after the singing of following the singing of the song, several farms were set alight during the last 2 weeks of October 2020. That's what Mr. Roth says. He says evidence is the article. The article is what we've just analyzed. Can we take it as a proposition, as a fair proposition, that Mr. Roth is attributing the burning of these farms to Mr. Ndlozi?
I think it's possible for a reasonable person to read that and think, hey, maybe an investigation should be done to uncover whether there's a causal link. Maybe there is a causal link, maybe there's no causal link.
I accept that. What I'm saying is, what is Mr. Roth saying? Maybe that's the prudent way of facing it, but I'm asking you about the conclusion you're drawing from what he's saying.
This is it. Can I just look at the language again?
After the singing of the song at 42,
I can't see a causal attribution there.
okay.
I can see how it raises the question. Is there or is there not a causal connection there? That seems like a very natural question to ask when you've read that sentence. But to read that sentence and say, oh, he believes there's definitely a causal relation, I can't see that.
Okay, sure. You say you can't see the causal relation between the singing of the song and the farms burning.
No. I can't see the sentence making such a claim.
I see.
I can see the sentence implying such a question.
Okay.
Or if not implying, I can see a reasonable person reading those two sentences and then wondering to themselves, I wonder if there's a causal connection.
So what you're saying, you're reading this to mean Mr. Rhodes is merely putting out a proposition for someone to look further into rather than making an affirmative claim.
On the basis of those two sentences alone, I think that is a fair description. The way I was putting it is, I see no attribution of cause. If you could remind me how you put it.
I was saying, understanding what your answer is to me, all Mr. Rhodes is doing at 42 is not to put an affirmative claim, but rather making a proposition for the third person to investigate and reach conclusions on.
Right, so there are two affirmative propositions. The one in the first sentence that Dr. Ndlozi said so-and-so, the one in the second sentence that people set fires. But there is no third affirmation that the first caused the second.
Okay.
So there are two affirmations, but not three.
Sure. And as a final question to you, and to just round it off and allow an opportunity to respond, it must be that Mr. Rhodes was saying, as a result of Dr. Ndlozi singing this song, this is the harm that followed. I'm saying it must be because that is what the entirety of their case against Dr. Ndlozi is. They are saying...
Sorry, there's an objection.
My Lord, I think it's unfair for my own friend to say the entirety of the case against Dr. Ndlozi is this. In other words, from what I understand what I'm going to be implied, that the case brought by the complainant is that there is a causal link between the words and action. It's very clear from what the legal test is that incitement, in other words, is do the words call for action. It's different from whether there's a causal connection between the words and the action result. So just my own friend mustn't misconstrue the complainant's cases and put that to the witness. In other words, you can say to the witness what the complainant's actual case is, but it's unfair to misconstrue what the complainant's case is. The complainant's case is that these words amount to hate speech. It's not a criminal case where we're saying Mr. Ndlozi called these people onto to set a fight as follows.
But Mr. Oppenheimer, isn't your case in two leagues? And I still have to understand the part of the evidence that has so far been laid. As I understand the case, is that the singing of the song, now as I would understand it also, it's the singing of the song by Mr. Malema and Mr. Ndlozi, all those are prohibited speech. Then you're saying those two elements, or the first element, links to the second element, which is, as a result of that, we have now seen more deaths happening to farmers and attacks on farmers. That's my understanding of your case.
Yes, the legal test that the complainant must meet is on hate speech. One, there must be the promotion, propagation of hatred on the ground. Second, there must be an incitement to cause harm, or that the speech itself is harmful. The speech itself. It's not an element that is been proved that the speech caused third parties to go and perform harm. In other words, what Malone put into the witness is that this is an element that's being brought by the complainant in the case. Now, there's of course the case that the evidence has been led showing that there has been an increase in the number of harms, an increase in the number of murders, while acts of hate speech are occurred. But it just must be put to the witness what the complainant's case is and what the threshold is. The implication, in other words, that the complainant is to prove that there's a causal connection between the speech and the harm is not the legal test, and it's not the complainant's case.
Yes.
So there's evidence that is being led.
And the evidence that's been led is to show that the song or the speech amount to causes harm.
Yes.
Remember, because in the case law now, the word hate has been taken out or is still pending the amendment of the Act. But it seems to me we can proceed on the basis that as long as you can show that there is harm that has either resulted or is likely to result from that speech, then it becomes prohibited.
Yes, in other words, it can be one of two things. Either that there's a cause of harm
Yes.
without actual harm resulting, but there's an incitement, or that the speech itself causes harm, and where that's in the case law is that it's psychological or emotional harm. In other words, the person hearing the speech is harmed by the speech. There's a separate question, in other words, to give a parallel case. There's the police go and execute so-and-so, they then go and execute so-and-so. But that is not the legal test that the complainant has to be. And what we put to the witness at the moment, in other words, is that the complainant's case is that Mr. Ndlozi uttered these words, that there is a causal connection between those words and burning France, and that if that threshold cannot be met in the complainant's case, but that's the complainant's case.
But what's your case in relation to the banning of the farm? That this speech, you're going to argue on the cases of Kolani and also probably the case of the ANC and Mr. Malema. Now, if we accept that there's the jurisprudence in relation to the definition of the hate speech, then the evidence that you're leading, and as I understand, that's where the question of Mr. Kasiboto is leading to. He may not necessarily cover, the question may not necessarily cover every aspect of your case, but it seems to me there's an aspect of your case that he's seeking to look at, and that is the occurrences that has happened subsequent to the singing of the song by Mr. Malema, the singing of the song by Mr. Ndlozi, and the evidence that you've led so far suggests that there is some, and I want to avoid the word link or connection, because we then end up into the whole problem of the onus of proof in relation to this kind of cases and other cases. But there seems to be some relationship between the singing and the incidences that has occurred, the fires, the killing, the attacks. Because that's the evidence that you have so far presented. And so as I understand, that's where his case is going to. That's where his question is leading to. So I'm not sure whether I should refuse or disallow the question.
Yes, my objective is only, in other words, if to the extent that the complainant's case is being misconstrued, and that a misconstrued version is being put to the witness, that will be unfair. And so, in other words, I'm clarifying what the nature of the complaint is. While, of course, saying that evidence has been led, the trial which shows that there is the presence of real harm, much as you can know, but the legal threshold has been met is merely the core harm. In other words, incitement to harm is sufficient. And the allegation was made in the affidavit is that the word themselves constitute incitement to harm, incitement to arson. It's a core, the burning word is incitement
when I hear you, Mr. Oppenheimer, however, I'm inclined to permit the question, and I would say if there's any prejudice that you should arise out of allowing the question, you can address that question in re-examination, and you can also deal with the issue in closing arguments. So I would say you'd rather note that question, and we can deal with it later. Mr. Kasiboto, you may proceed with your question.
Sorry, I totally lost the question.
What was the question? Let me start then by making a proposition. Paragraph
You see, Mr. Krause, I just wanted to interject here and say that's a problem with courts. Witnesses sitting there and they get lost as to what is happening and they are supposed to testify.
I'm glad I'm not the only one.
Yes, there's been big debate as to what we should do to reform our system, and hopefully the debate will go the direction that's positive. What do we do to bring the system to the level where everybody participates, understands? Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The proposition is this. Mr. Ward says at 42 that the singing of the song by Dr. Ndlozi is undoubtedly incitement to cause arson and damage to property by Dr. Ndlozi. And I say, let me start here. He then says, after the singing of the song, several farms were set alight during the last 2 weeks of October 2022. Two things stem from this. One, there's a reason the second sentence is there. One. Two, there's a reason why it follows the first sentence. I'm saying what Mr. Rhodes is intending with that paragraph is to say, because of the singing by Dr. Ndlozi, this is the resultant harm. That's the proposition I'm putting to you. If I'm wrong, I'll be corrected in due course. But let's work on that premise.
Okay.
I'm saying if that's his premise, he's suggesting that because Dr. Ndlozi sang the song, there were these resultant harms. That version can't be true on the basis of the article we've just discussed, which is there is at least 300 kilometers between the two relevant points. Two, the fires occurred days after he sang the song. Three, the article itself says these fires were caused by service delivery protests. Now, accepting my initial premise to you, that is improbable, is it not?
I would like to reject your initial premise.
So what's my initial premise?
Your initial premise was that Mr. Roots must have put the second sentence after the first sentence in order in some way to imply a causal link.
Except that is a premise. We can argue about what he means. It's a legal debate. I'm saying work off the premise that I'm correct. If I'm not, I'll be corrected in due course. What I'm debating with you is not the law and causation. What I'm debating with you is the probability of that version accepting my premise. I'm saying once you accept that as a premise, can you accept that Mr. Watts' version is improbable? That's something that happens to everyone.
What's unfair about this is that he's competing with Watts' attention. You can ask a very simple question, which is, what do you think the probabilities are of the speech causing the end? That can then he can provide a view on it. But to say, there's clearly a debate about what Mr. Woods is saying. I want you to assume it means X. Now answer. That's not fair.
No.
Either way, it's two routes to the same point. Did you hear your counsel's proposed question?
Yeah, I think I was being advised to answer the question, how probable do I think it is that Dr. Ndlozi's song caused the fires?
In light of the article.
In light of the article.
In light of the distance also.
And the distance.
And the lapse of time after he sang the song.
The very easy answer, I'll give an easy answer and a hard answer. The easy answer is certainly it would not cross the threshold of a reasonable doubt. There's a reasonable doubt that there's no causal connection. If you want me to give a more fine-grained probabilistic description, would say that it does not strike me as, just on the basis of what you've described, that article, as the, or that sentence, that the article and mention of to indicate it happened. This is a country where people do sometimes set things on fire.
Make suppositions.
Okay, sorry.
Let's not theorize. Let's answer the question.
Can I just come in? I think, Mr. Krause, look at it from the factors that council has put to you.
Yes,
There is the singing of the song.
yes,
There is the subsequent fire that occurs. There is a distance between the two areas where the protest and the fire occurs. There is the article in the Farmers Weekly newspaper that states that what could possibly have been the cause of the fire. So what you called upon to comment is, when you look at what Mr. Rhodes said in that statement, could there be a probability that all of them link together?
yeah. It strikes me as a small chance that the one could cause the other. If that's fair to say.
It is fair to say. I have no further questions for you.
Thank you very much.
Just going to ask for, just for regards to referencing the page, I gather we could have access to that, like just a particular page of like the start of which is 1633.
Mr. Oppenheimer, I understand you need to move there. Before we get the media now chopping and changing.
Yes, let's run with the one.
Okay. I think we must demand that the media must improve on their systems. We've worked very hard in this court to introduce case lines and all this. So, and I'm sure you know the judiciary was being criticized for using too much paper and destroying the environment. So media, you better do better now. Right, thanks, Mr. Simon, if you're ready.
Mr. Council, directives to page 1633. This is a page that Brendan mentioned before. It's the list of sponsors and donors of the Institute regulations. I gather from, I think it's 2014. Could you read out that full list of sponsors and donors?
Yes, I'd be happy to. AfriForum, the Anglo-American Chairman's Fund, the Elizabeth Bradley Trust, First Rand Foundation, the Friedrich Neumann Foundation for Freedom, George Lawrence, Haggie Charitable Trust, International Republican Institute / National Endowment for Democracy, Johannes van der Horst, John Kane Berman, Julian Ogilvie Thompson, Louis Schill, Maurice Webb Trust, Open Society Foundation for South Africa, Oppenheimer Memorial Trust, Peter Hubert, Royal Belgian Embassy, S.G. Manel Charitable Trust, Sisman Charitable Foundation, 10 Core Services.
Mr. Krauser, are those organizations listed alphabetically?
Yeah, I think they are. Yes.
What is the purpose of donating to the Institute?
There are various reasons to donate to the Institute. I should preface this by saying I was not at the Institute at the time. I joined the Institute in 2018. But I have spoken to people who were at the Institute at the time, and they explained to me that some people donate to the Institute in general, share the Institute's values and principles, and they want to help the Institute to grow. Other people effectively acquire work product through a transaction with the Institute. Now, it's complicated because of its NGO status. There are limits on what kind of work product can be produced. It must promote democracy or media freedom. A body can come to the Institute and solicit a report for payment, and then that report is produced. So the donors and sponsors are people who just generally gave money to the Institute, or legal people or people, and it's also including those who had a one-off transaction. And my understanding is that the AfriForum was a one-off transaction. In each of the instances in the 2 years that it's been identified as a donor or sponsor, it is a donor or sponsor in the sense that it has paid or given compensation to a non-governmental, non-profit organization for that organization to produce a particular report. And my understanding is that one of the reports was called a thin blue line report, and it was a report on policing in South Africa. So research was done, the report was compiled, AfriForum was identified, the report was issued. There might have been another report on health. I was not able to confirm this, but I did see this, so I tried to check as far as I could. I would say I'm proud to work at the Institute because we do not consider ourselves obliged very much to our donors. So if a donor pays for a report, then we must produce a report, but no one tells us what to say. And in fact, I can see in this list that there are donors, such as AfriForum, for a particular report, but there was a general donor, First Rand, that donated lots of money to us and tried to require us to conform to certain things which we did not want to conform with. And so we rejected, I think it is fair to say, millions of rands on the basis that we don't get told what to say or what to do by our donors. And our rejection letter, we used to hang it on the wall of our entrance because we are all proud that we don't, this phrase, the piper calls the tune, the one who pays the piper calls the tune, that this does apply in many areas of society, but that it does not apply at the Institute of Race Relations.
I can refer you to, there's an article that you'd authored that my learned friend referred to. I think it's at page 327. That page could be brought up on the screen. I don't have access to it online. But.
Thank you.
Now, my learned friend had referred you to a paragraph.
Give me the page.
It's 327, my lord.
Sorry, it's coming. Thank you.
I'll make sure that I'm on that correct page as well. Now, it was so if I read out the paragraph that my learned friend read to you, it was, police enforce the law, and the law in South Africa openly discriminates against people on the basis of race. In addition, farmers, but especially white farmers, have a target on their back, by those like Malema who call them land thieves, and those like Ramaphosa who do not include them in our people. Could you explain what you mean by that sentence?
Yes, I'll work backwards through the sentence. In President Cyril Ramaphosa's first State of the Nation address, he made reference to our people. He had just become president, or I think it was practically a day before, and had recently become the head of the ANC. And he made that reference with regards to land and the newly adopted motion from Nasrec, from the ANC, to expropriate land without compensation. And he said the land must be taken and given back to our people. Thereafter in Parliament, Member of Parliament Musweo Tera Lakota had asked in presidential questions from SONA 2018 if the President would please explain what our people refers to. To my knowledge, the President never answered that question, but the Member of Parliament and leader of the Economic Freedom Fighters did answer that question. And he answered that question by describing MP Lakota as a factory fault of Robben Island. He said that MP Lakota did not understand many things. I was critical of what MP Malema said there, but the short answer that MP Malema gave was that our people means blacks in general and Africans in particular. To my knowledge, the President of this Republic has never corrected MP Malema, and it has become common usage for our people, either in the President's mouth or in other people's mouth, not to refer to all of our people as South Africans. And I did an extensive interview with MP Lakota about this. To go back one step, when Julius Malema calls people land thieves, it is my general, but I would say expert understanding that he is not referring to people who illegally invade land or have illegally invaded land in the last few years. Rather, he is referring to people, and if he was doing that, it would just be a categorical legal description. Rather, he's referring to people on the basis of their race. That that white South Africans in general, as a general proposition, do not deserve the property that they have because apartheid was a wicked system. Now, my submission is that apartheid was a wicked and unjust system, but that the inference can't be drawn that white people are all land thieves. But what I'm trying to say in this sentence is that those two aspects of political speech, and there are many others, but I'm just highlighting them, that what that does is, because it comes from figures of authority, and the polling from the Institute of Race Relations shows that presently 60% of South Africans, roughly 60% of South Africans, approve of President Ramaphosa. And at the time, his approval rating was even stronger. And there is very strong approval for Julius Malema. Millions of South Africans, I can't say off the top of my head, but I think it was something like 20% of South Africans approve of him. When people who are so strongly approved of say these things, and I'm arguing that these things are stigmatizing, if you accept that premise and you accept that they're coming from figures of authority, the effect of that must be that ordinary South Africans are then more likely to also stigmatize white South Africans. Now, I must qualify this by saying it is not my opinion that most South Africans think this way. It is a key point that I raise whenever people don't shut me up, that 80% of South Africans on our surveys come out consistently as common sense, decent people who share what I would describe as the core values of the Institute of Race Relations, especially with regards to race and the moral good of non-racialism.
Then I'll ask you to read that. I'll read the last sentence to you, which is, most of all, a target is put on all property owners' backs by the Expropriation Bill and Parliament's efforts to shred the Bill of Rights. Could you explain what is meant by that?
By way of background, the first project I worked on at the Institute of Race Relations, in fact the way that I got a job there, because it's a difficult place to get a job, was that I'd read a book by some of this country's top academics about land reform. And I found a case study there in Ekhutuleni, which is in the eastern part of KZN, sort of 108 by Melmoth. Anyway, in that event, I found some discrepancies and I wanted to research it myself, so the Institute funded me to do so. What I found there were two Zulu families, a pastor, Charles Nkumalo, and the Mnyandus. Walter and William Mnyandu were elder gentlemen and they had families. And they were burnt out of their house and home. Since I'm in a court, I should say allegedly, but the evidence that I was presented with was, I would say, left no room for doubt as to what happened there. They were effectively expropriated without compensation. And I spoke to them years after they had been in hiding, and the elder Mnyandu brother, who had become the chief of that CPO, had died in hiding. Now, what I found in that case was, amongst other things, because the idea of property rights had been so undermined in public opinion, it was taking no effect in practice. So the younger Mnyandu brother, as an elder gentleman in his 70s, showed me that his title deed, weeping, because they had been fighting their whole lives for that title deed. And by the time they received it, it had no meaning in their lives. They could not be returned. The mayor of Melmoth had come, nothing happened. They were still stuck in hiding. That it had become a parchment barrier, as the American founding fathers would say, something paper thin with no effect. Now, my interpretation of that case, and there were others, David Rakgase was a case which the Institute played a large role in amplifying, was that South Africans that are black, South Africans that are white, Indian colored, South Africans who own things, regardless of how they look, are in a more dangerous position. They have less recourse to accountability because of this rhetoric that undermines the thought that property sometimes is owned by an individual and that it is the people's duty to then protect that individual from theft, and that the way that this should happen is that the government should protect them from being robbed. Instead, the idea being pushed out is that the government should do the robbing. And that sentence is trying to say that insofar as that idea is put out there, it puts a greater risk to South Africans regardless of their race.
I know a friend had put to you that that sentence shows that you only care about the property rights of whites and white farmers. How would you respond to that?
I reject that position. I think it's important to note that the Institute of Race Relations has a history of fighting for property rights for black South Africans in particular, and that it is our view that the best chance for all poor South Africans, most of whom are black, to enjoy a better material existence is through a strengthening of property rights. That is a huge part of our motivation to argue this. It is not just an abstract principle. It is bread and butter for millions of South Africans.
If I can ask you, you were asked by my learned friend about why in your expert report you don't mention this vigilante group where video was shown. Were you present in Senegal when that vigilante group attacked the court?
No, I was not present. In a way, I wish I had been, because I think it was interesting and important. But I had not been. In fact, yeah, the short answer is not. I was not present, and I don't think anyone expected that incident to blow up in the way that it did. So it would have been difficult for me to anticipate it, to go there and report it in person. Part of the way you can tell it was a surprise is that the police were caught by surprise.
How many days after that incident were you in Senegal?
Depending on how you count, I would say 9 days. In other words, it happened on the 6th, I arrived on the 15th.
And then do your articles deal with things that you personally witnessed to?
My articles deal with two things predominantly. That which I was personally witness to, and the aspects around Brendan Horner's murder, particularly in relation to the, aspects particularly relating to Brendan Horner's murder.
I can ask you about this billboard was shown to you of racism is not the problem. Can you tell us a bit about that campaign?
Yes, thank you. Racism was the problem. That is to say, since the Union of South Africa, almost any issue could be traced back to racism. So if you ask yourself the question, why are literacy levels in the Transkei so low? The answer had to include, you would go to a particular school and a teacher and a headmaster and a funding question. You could go up the causal chain, but at the top of that causal chain you would find a legal system that was fundamentally racist. And because of the view of the law and how important the law is, my analysis is that you really can trace so many of those problems back. Not every single problem in the country could be traced back to that. I'm sure someone fell over and bumped their knee, and then that was a problem for them, and it had nothing to do with racism. But as a serious general proposition, it almost all traced back. It's my view that things have changed. It's my view, sympathetically, that the phrase "generals tend to fight the last war" is an apt phrase. Circumstances can change faster than our thinking. And at a think tank, maybe some way that we can help is by bridging that gap, is by updating our thinking to the reality today. Now, how do we find this out? We don't merely close our eyes and contemplate is racism in South Africa today. Demographically representative, statistically significant surveys. In fact, we don't do them ourselves because it is not our expertise. We hire independent companies to do them, and we have hired several different companies to do them. And the results more or less always come out the same. Here are three of the most surprising results. More or less 80% of South Africans say that they have not personally experienced any form of racism in the last 5 years. That's not good enough, but that is encouraging, and it is very surprising. I think that good news does not necessarily create complacency. If you tell people we're winning this battle, it can encourage people to try even harder rather than to become resigned. The second fact, just to choose three, is that when we ask people, either from an open list, to name what are the biggest issues of the day, less than 5% say racism. And if we give a closed list, less than 5% say racism. So the supermajority are seeing bigger issues. We also see, and this is a surprising result, if we ask people, how would you like jobs to be appointed? And we give 4 options. Only black people should get jobs for a long time ahead, or only black people should get jobs until demographic representativity is achieved, or by merit with special educational opportunities for the genuinely disadvantaged, or by merit alone. 80% choose one of those 2 merit options, and only 20% choose the race-based options. So those are 3 figures. 80% of people are saying yes to merit. By the way, 80% of South Africans, more or less, say yes, they would prefer a voucher-based system for education, healthcare, and housing to BEE. So that's very different to where our politics is. but it's where the ordinary South African is. And we try to bring the message that ordinary South Africans are not obsessed with race. They don't look at people who are the same and think they are automatically their friends. They don't look at people who are different and automatically think they are enemies. Ordinary South Africans are much more sophisticated than our politics would lead you to believe. The last thing to say about that campaign is probably that, in my mind, it was inspired by a book I read called The Honor Code, How Moral Revolutions Happen, by Kwame Anthony Appiah, who was a professor of mine at Princeton University and is now at New York University. And I think it's fair to say is one of the world's leading experts in race relations. He literally wrote the textbook Africana. And in the text, in the book How Moral Revolutions Happens, he identifies certain aspects, a way that if you break a taboo, it can unlock a huge amount of change without violence. And he refers to the abolitionist movement in the United Kingdom, starting in Manchester in the early 1800s, where there was a group called the Friends, and it is from this that I suggested that our newspaper be called the Daily Friend, where people who wanted to end slavery formed think tanks. They were Quakers, so they were religious, but they didn't talk very much about their religion. They would form think tanks, they would try and write articles in newspapers, they would try and go around and speak to the community as we have done, and bring people together and say this thing is wrong. And there were certain techniques that they used that we have tried to use. And one of my beliefs is that if it could be normal in South Africa to say racism is not the problem, then we solve various issues. One thing is, when it is a problem, in a particular instance, you can say this time racism is the problem, and this time racism is not the problem. We must see both of those options. If we can do that, we will open our minds to the need for evidence before judgment. As a second matter and as a broader political matter, if we can make it normal to say racism is not the problem, that it is made out to be, we can make it easier for people to say, what is the solution to the biggest problem that we have? And the biggest problem we have, according to most South Africans, is unemployment. And we at the Institute believe we have the answer to that problem in the form of our non-racial program. Vouchers for education, so parents have choices. Property rights that are protected so that investment returns and jobs can grow, and so on down the line. But if you want to know more about how the IRR thinks we can, save South Africa, I would refer you to our literature. But that was the basic idea, was to try and pop this bubble that you can't ever say that thing, or if you do say it, you'll be deliberately misinterpreted, that it is taboo. In order to have a moral revolution, you have to remove some taboos, and that was what I hoped to do and what I continue to hope to do.
My learned friend referred you to an extract of Mr. Rutz's book where he talks about, through the lens of Twitter and Facebook, it would appear to be the case that racism is, we have a scourge of racism.
A major crisis, I believe, was the phrase.
Yes. Is there a difference between our perception created by social media and the reality on the ground?
That is correct. It's unfortunate that sometimes, as people, we don't respect that. We can get carried away by the likes and the fanfare, but one of the privileges of my job is to go into rural South Africa, go into the CBD. I used to live very close by here, just walk the streets and talk to people and find very different attitudes. Even, as I said, to find very different attitudes at EFF rallies. Sometimes what is being said on the stage can be very different to what's being said in the crowd, sometimes.
If I can ask you, you were referred to an article which has the hashtag Black Lives Matter. Is there a difference between that phrase and the Black Lives Matter organization?
Yes. There were two organizations that we drew reference to in the report. The main one started around 2013 and became the runner-up Time Person of the Year somewhere around 2016. Founded chapter houses across America, eventually founded chapter houses around the world. It was a very serious organization. Its tax headquarters was in Delaware, where you pay the lowest taxes in America. And they'd managed to raise millions and millions of dollars. And I respect that. As I said, I believe institutional civic activism is very important. And the fact that they managed to raise so much money and so much credibility or esteem strikes me as admirable and something to think about. And that is different to the phrase. And in a sense, it's different to the movement, because there were people who were part of the movement who were not part of the network. And there are yet again people who might use the phrase who are neither part of the movement nor are they making money out of the network or donating money into the network.
Do you endorse the phrase that black people's lives matter?
Unequivocally. Yes.
What concerns do you have about the movement?
I think in cross-examination, one of my concerns was highlighted, which is that I think that the movement might be proposing the wrong solution. But before that, and what I didn't get a chance to mention, is that I think it's got the wrong diagnosis of the problem. So, in the report, I went through quite extensively, firstly, a sort of more popular opinion piece by Coleman Hughes, who is, in my opinion, the greatest American writer that's younger than me. He's a very young man, but he's a very excellent writer. And he finds himself in a difficult position because he's black, he's often pigeonholed. And he has worked his way out of that pigeonhole. His analysis of the BLM movement, in short, was that its misdiagnosis was as follows. America has a policing problem. Too many people are being killed by the police unjustly. But those people can be black or they can be white. And as long as the issue is racialized, so that the only protest against police abuse is in the name of black victims, then there is a backlash against that, because it's factually wrong that only black people are victims. And that backlash, in effect, protects corruption within the police. So he wanted a non-racial opposition to American police abuse. He believed that would be more effective. I then dug deeper into Professor Roland Fryer, who was the first black PhD professor at Harvard University and a MacArthur Genius Grant recipient, and who, I'm mentioning his race because he mentions his race in his analysis, did a statistical analysis of police shootings and of contact between police and civilians. And that could range. He had a scale, I think, from 1 to 5. From just touching someone on the shoulder, to handcuffing them, to forcing them onto the ground, to putting a taser to them, to shooting. And what Roland Fryer found was no evidence of discrimination when it came to police shooting or police killing. In fact, he found that police were less likely to shoot a black person if you go on the basis not of the population, but of the proportion of encounters than a white person. And he speculated that some of that might be because of certain concerns. Now,
Sorry, let's...
am I going on too long?
Mr. Lobsibota?
Your Lordship, I must apologize. The point of re-examination is first not to introduce new evidence. New evidence is being led. Secondly, the answers are so long-winded we can't keep track of what the answer is. Can I ask that the questions be directed, answered on the parameters of the question so that we can get a move on? It's already late in the day. As the court pleases.
Thank you. Mr. Heimer?
My Lord, I do intend on finishing re-examination today, and I don't intend on being much longer. This article was shown to the witness, and questions were put to the witness, and he must be given an opportunity to respond to the implications of that.
Yes, but the witness does actually tread outside evidence that was covered in chief and evidence that was covered in cross-examination. I think you need to guide the witness also.
Yes, my Lord. If I return to the question was, what concerns do you have about the movement?
Yes, and sorry, I was just trying to draw reference to things that are in the report. In brief, I think they misdiagnosed the problem of police killings in America. And I quote several studies, academic studies, as well as an opinion piece in that regard. I think that they more broadly misdiagnose the problem of racism in America. And in that regard, I get into some of the academic literature, as well as some of my own inferences. And in the third instance, they propose the wrong solutions. The solutions that they propose exacerbate inequalities, increase discretionary administration, which in my opinion undermines freedom or undermines the credibility of those government institutions which we need to be trusted. And in the final instance, I think that there may be, in some cases, nefarious motives, and we give some reason to contemplate that, not with regards to the movement in general, but with regards to the specific.
To come in here, look, as I understand, this case is about hate speech. Now, witness earlier on, remember, we kind of engaged in a the cup debate about liberalism and the critical school of thoughts. And I thought maybe what we need to focus on is, if you look at the critical school of, legal school of thought, they actually touch on the American freedom of speech. And they do say that the American approach to freedom of speech is much more liberal. And the critical school of thought says that's where the problem is. And they deal also with this issue about racism that manifests itself sometimes in the media, sometimes in all those things. Now, I understand that when you deal with racism, you're dealing with a broader concept that would overlap even into the issues about the police shootings and all those. But here, the focus has to be on the speech. And if you look at the American Constitution, I think we're different in the approach. And I think when you read those critical legal scholars, you will see that they preach that there should be less interference by the state. So there'll be less legislation. Here we're talking about the state that has now intervened and has now legislated, and what brings us here, it's because of that legislation. So I would urge that maybe we should, I understand the issues that you're trying to address, but maybe let's hone in on what's before us, freedom of speech and the question of hate speech.
Yes, my Lord. My Lord, I ask the last question I want to ask is in relation to, if I understand what my learned friend has done is to raise questions about the nature of the Institute or the nature of Mr. Krause's other writings in an effort to attack his evidence. In other words, to say, well, we have ideological concerns with what you've written. So I want to just provide him with an opportunity to respond to those types of criticisms. To my mind, of course, this case is about hate speech and is a narrow question, and the critiques about the Institute for Racial Relations are not pertinent to that question. But given that they were put to the witness, I just want to provide them with an opportunity to
That's
respond.
fine. I'm just saying let's narrow down and guide the witness.
Yes. Then the last question I'm going to ask is about that letter that my learned friend read out to you. In other words, people who were past members of the Institute for Racial Relations, some would say they were current members, who wrote this concerned letter about the Institute. Do you have any reflections on that letter?
Yes, and I'll try to keep it brief, my Lord, because I understand that the IRR is not in fact on trial. As I referenced earlier, in the late 80s and early 90s, there was a very serious debate that brewed within the Institute about, in the first instance, whether it should continue to exist after the defeat of apartheid, and in the second instance, how it should exist if it does. A large proportion of the IRR, although I would not say a majority, a large proportion, including some very respectable people, wanted the IRR to be very close to the ANC. I think this may have been very prudent. It was clear that the ANC was going to be in charge for a long time. And if you have the king's ear or the queen's ear, you can have great influence as a lobby group. And in fact, we have had various ANC presidents in our corridors taking our briefings, and we value that opportunity. We still have an open door to anyone, including the respondents, because we think we've got the formula for success. But there was a disagreement about how that relationship should work. And ultimately, the side that held the day insisted on a very strict separation. And when I say very strict, I mean that included quite strident criticism of certain ANC policies from the very beginning. And some of that is mentioned in other documents that have been brought up in discovery. So I won't get into it. But since then, there was a strong sense of dissatisfaction amongst those who left. And if you go through the list, I would just factually dispute the initial claim, which was read out to me, that current members of the IRR were involved in the writing of that letter. If such a current member can be identified, it would be news to me. And I have read the letter many times. Most of the members, those dates are identified, they left a long time ago and were disgruntled having left. And they were unpleased with John Cain Berman, who was our leader, our CEO, and they were unpleased with Dr. Frans Cronje. And then a new CEO came along, Dr. John Endres, who was not very well known. And in my opinion, they saw an opportunity to level a public criticism that would change the direction of the IRR back to the track that they would have preferred in the 1980s and early 1990s. In my opinion, this is exactly the time not to do that. We must remain as critical, if not more critical, in the face of such measures as the Expropriation Bill, the Employment Equity Amendment Act, the State of Disaster and Coronavirus Command Council. These are all things that I campaign against, where I have tens of thousands of people who have signed petitions to endorse my campaigns to end the Command Council, for example, or to oppose the Employment Equity Bill. I went to Parliament to argue against the alteration of the Constitution. That kind of stuff must go on for us, and we feel that our critics are not on the same page as us about that. And so there is a political disagreement, and I respect that. What I don't respect is the aspersions that they cast on us. in some instances that are unfair. But I think after what my Lord said, it's probably not right for me to go line by line and fish out sentences where I can demonstrate untruths that they have ushered at us. But if you'd like me to do that, I can go ahead and do that.
Could you give us an example or two?
So if we go up a little bit, maybe this will be slow. Off the top of my head, they said that after 30 people they spoke about our attempt to block the Firearm Control Act Amendment Bill, and I had led that campaign. They described this as being motivated by, I don't want to put the wrong words in their mouth now that I'm accusing them of putting the wrong words in my mouth, so I really would prefer if I could just get a direct reference. They say just after 30 people have been shot. I mean, I can stop here. Just if you see over there, it says IRR fosters a free market, small state agenda while representing itself as a human rights research organization devoted to impartial fact-based analysis. Firstly, this is presented as if it's inimicable when it's not. Secondly, we are not a small state institution. We are a limited state institution. Now, I think it is our position that the state should be limited. We disagree on how small it should be. I, for example, think it should be larger than some of my colleagues. This is a minor misrepresentation. The guns thing is more major, but is it there?
If I recall, the claim was that that you opposed gun reform legislation in the face of 30 people being shot after the July riots. That's the nature of the allegation.
Sorry, ma'am, maybe you should go to view and enlarge the document even further. If you go to view, you'll see there's a plus there. Just press the plus. Oh no, you've gone the other way.
Apparently it's 1812, the fourth paragraph.
Yeah, and if we could just then also do the elite, where they say we follow an elite agenda. Okay, so having led this campaign myself, in the second sentence it says, it equates gun rights with self-defense and personal property rights, despite the Constitutional Court having ruled that gun ownership is a privilege and not a right. At all stages in our campaign, we emphasized that no one should be able to own a gun unless they have acquired the proper training, unless they are adhering to proper regulations, that they update, that they keep that gun in a safe, all of the attributes that make it in a sense a privilege and not a right. In the same way that driving is a privilege and not a right. You must be licensed in this country. So I would say that this is misrepresenting what our issue is. It says we have objected to tightening legislation access to firearms. This is a strange way to put it. In fact, what we objected to was an attempt to make it impossible to own a gun for the purpose of self-defense. So again, these are technical, but this is a very serious, I mean, as you saw, this includes a silk, this includes one of South Africa's greatest civil rights activists who was knighted in the UK. I thought they could have maybe been clear and technical in how they criticized us. But if we could please, my final reference will just be to where they say we have an elite agenda or something to do with big business.
Sorry, Mr. Oppenheimer, give me 1 second. Look to left. It's fine.
Yeah, so that these issues reflect the concerns of the board of an institute which nearly 3 decades after the end of apartheid remains engaged primarily with the interests of an overwhelmingly white elite and big business constituency. The impression that has been created by these critics of us is that if you want ordinary South Africans to be able to defend themselves, under conditions of having acquired a license and maintaining what needs to be maintained, if you think that the state should protect people from theft rather than engage in expropriation without compensation, if you believe that South Africa's 80% preference for vouchers over race-based appointments should translate into the law, and that such a translation would actually boost opportunities for most people, most of whom are black. If you think all of those things, then you are a white elitist. I think that is an unfair distortion. It is attributing to us a motivation which is firstly not a motivation that we have, and secondly, not a motivation that you can even logically infer from our activities. If our activities were to serve an elite white interest, I think we would have major sponsors that give us tens of millions of rands to give us access to back channeling. It's just not what we do.
On the witness testified on that and made it very clear as to their structure of funding.
Yes.
I don't think there was anything unclear as to their funding structures.
Yes.
I should just say about our funding that since I joined, we to make up for these big corporates that left us because we wouldn't do what they said, most of our funds now come from crowdfunding, where I think the average donation is something like 80 Rand. So it's not rich people, it's people giving us 80 Rand a month, and that's what keeps us going. And it's a very diverse group of people, although I would say most of them are not richer than middle class. In fact, many are poorer.
Is your understanding of Mr. Ritz's evidence that he said that no dispossessions of land took place?
No.
My Lord, then I have no further questions. That would then conclude the evidence to be led by the complainant.
Thank you very much. Mr. Krause, at the beginning of cross-examination, there's a bit of a debate between you and counsel about dispossession of land. And there's a whole debate about the use of the word land and the use of the word native. And he proposed to you that this dates back to 1652. Now, I know for quite some time he tried to say as a general proposition. Just clarify me, as I understand, you accept that from 1652, people who were already occupying the land, and we all know that during those times, people who were occupying the land were not occupying it on the basis of the legal system we have, where you would hold a title deed. People owned the land across where they would graze, where they would plow, where they would fetch water, all those kind of things. So am I correct to say, I understand you to accept, if one formulated it in that way, that all those people who were on the land when the Europeans arrived in South Africa in 1652 and going on, were actually forcefully removed from wherever they were.
No, my position is that I don't accept that because because of the very heterogeneous nature of things. I don't want to be seen to be trying to downplay it by saying, well, some kept their land. It's just to say that it is more complicated. Of course, for example, until Paul Kruger was doing deals with the Bafokeng, until the end of the 9th Xhosa War, after Nonqawuse and the millenarian movement there, much of what we now consider to be the Eastern Cape was independent of the British Empire. KwaZulu-Natal, much of that only fell under the British Empire after Isadlwana and King Ketshwayo basically being deposed, and even still there were pockets of retention. So in other words, by the time the country is unified in 1910 and the Land Act is passed in 1913, part of how those boundaries were drawn was to keep some black people who had held on to their land in a customary form of ownership, to keep them there and to force others to join them there in an unjust and unsustainable fashion, which made a bad situation worse. It's just, it would be historically inaccurate, I believe, to say that all had been dispossessed. It would make it impossible to understand what Saul Plaatje is going about when he writes about native life in South Africa in 1914. And I think it's an important text.
I didn't understand the argument to be say every single person who lived in South Africa from 1652 was forcefully removed.
Yes.
And you are correct. The non-Ngausa's case history is slightly different from how they tackled it, and it got its own context. We know what happened with the Eastern Cape, the Xhosa people, how they resisted the tax and
Yes.
all those things, and how the British also tried to develop a strategy to deal with them.
Yes.
And as I understand, the Ngausa story comes in there. He said, because these people would move, we say if you pay tax, they move to another area, and they continue with their farming or their cattle heading. The Phokeng area is also slightly different. The dynamics there are very different, and we know, incidentally, as I understand, the Phokeng area, it's much larger than we look at it today.
Yes.
And in fact, if you read the history of Bafokeng, it stretches almost to my area, Krugersdorp.
Yes.
It takes the whole of Magaliesberg.
Yes.
It takes right up to the other side of Rustenburg. So it's a huge land.
Yes.
Now, if somebody says people were not removed, now the question would be, what happened to that land? How was that land then? The Bafokeng people are no longer owning that land. Was the negotiation, because as I understand, at some point the Bafokeng king was quite a creative person.
Yes.
Where people would go and work in Kimberley, come month end, they come carrying money, they donate it into your pocket, to the basket, and then land is purchased.
Yes.
Even that land, particularly the land in Magaliesberg, that land was purchased.
Yes.
They don't own it today, do they?
For a lot of that land, that is true. For some of that land, there was a retention that had been held, much like in the case in Nkutuleni that I discussed earlier, through basically by using a church as a mechanism to hold the land in so-called white South Africa, and then to have it returned, which is part of how the Bafokeng have maintained some of the land that they have today. But I really would not want this court to have the impression that I'm trying to downplay the dispossession, or to downplay the fact that much of the dispossession, although far from all of it, was white people dispossessing black people. I was just trying to make it clear, and it can maybe seem overly fastidious, but to my mind it's important, to make it clear that that the story is heterogeneous, that there are, in different areas, there are different histories. And part of the reason that I believe that is important is that, and where it is relevant to what I was being asked about, was insofar as there is a myth, or a historical myth, that was being criticized, a historical myth that underlies the policy of expropriation without compensation. I think that myth can only take root if one begins with an all or nothing view. I think already if one begins with a complicated view, even if it's a most and some kind of thing, that technical basis will, I think, establish the right route to thinking for how we can resolve this problem under our legal system.
But we could move to the later part of the history, starting from 1913, where the whole process of dispossessing the land was now institutionalized into a form of legislation. I'm sure you will accept that in as far as that's concerned, one can actually be specific of the areas where people were moved. And you can then generalize. I think that's what Council was trying to say to you. If you generalize, you actually can come to the conclusion that yes, indeed, people were moved, people were forcefully moved. There are some areas where there were engagement and negotiations between those in authority and the people who were occupied, and some of them would give in and say, we're going to move.
Yeah.
We don't want to engage in this process.
Yeah.
In fact, the area in mind, it's Manzeville, part of Manzeville. People moved, there are certain people who get moved voluntarily when they were told, you've got to leave because you are too close to Krugersdorp. And some people then resisted, and that's why you still have the old Manzeville today.
Just to be clear on that, my lord, we at the Institute of Race Relations have consistently and still do actively campaign for land restitution, where direct dispossession as conceived of under our constitution.
And so your point about, you said the ANC policy is based on the flawed history of dispossession. That statement comes from the fact that you're saying, as I understand, you're saying they generalize as though everybody else was moved.
That is part of the control, then prosperity is guaranteed. To me, that is a badly false premise. My analysis of agriculture in South Africa, although it is only 2 or 3% of our GDP, is that in order to be commercially viable, not always, but very, very often, you need a title deed so that you have collateral, so that you can get cheap access to credit, so that you can get the seed, the equipment, and so on to farm fruitfully. If you undermine the title deed system, you undermine the banking system, you undermine that thing. So the phrase is, the land is not about the land. You need more than land. You need land and a secure property rights system. And in my mind, the ANC's policy would only be ready to undermine that property rights system if it thinks just in case people can have a piece of land, they will be fine. But I've spoken to many rural people who complain bitterly about their fruitless land because they rely on grants and the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform to operate, and they cannot operate.
Can I just also understand the issue of the campaign? You're saying that racism is not the problem. And I don't want us to go into the semantics of there and they. Let's keep to, is it a problem, is it not a problem? You're saying it's not a problem in as far as land is concerned. I don't want us to go beyond outside.
Just land.
The issue that's so linked to the real issue that has brought us here, which is the singing of the song, and the song is related to occupation of the land.
Yes.
Now, you're saying it is not a problem. What does that mean? I couldn't follow.
Okay. With regards to land in South Africa, there is a race problem when land restitution has not taken place, where black people were dispossessed under the apartheid government or the government from Louis Botha and Smuts through to Smuts again. Where people were dispossessed, they must be made whole. They can choose, as I understand it, to be paid in kind or to pursue a process where they actually get that land back. That must happen. That process has stalled, and that is a problem. And it is a problem you can't extract from race because its origins are so clearly in race. So in that regard, there's a pertinent racial issue. If I were to say more broadly, is that the biggest problem with land reform in South Africa? I would say not. I would refer my lord to the Constitutional Court judgment with regard to Hilton College and others, in which a special master was appointed to preside over the migrant labor aspect of land reform, because it was found that the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform had not been administering that process well. It is a damning judgment of a case that I personally researched. I interviewed the relevant parties on Hilton. There's an example, amongst others, where the thing that is getting in the way of the solution, and I can also refer this court to the Kaklema Matlante report, where some would say that the Constitution is what's getting in the way. It found that the Constitution was not the problem. And insofar as the Constitution defends non-racialism, and some people say non-racialism is the problem, I would say non-racialism is not the problem, it's the solution. In short, we have found in all of our surveys that most South Africans agree with the following statement, and it's in this document. Most South Africans agree politicians use talk of racism and colonialism to excuse their own failures. I submit that that is a true statement, and that most South Africans agree with that statement, and that when it comes to land reform, it is more obvious than anywhere else that the obstacle to us doing better is not a handful of white people who hate black people. It's not even it's not a handful of black people who hate white people. It is a political impasse, which is not really about race. It's actually about corruption and maladministration. And that if we could solve that problem, then most South Africans would be in a materially better position. And even though most South Africans already say that race relations are in a relatively good space, even more would say that as well. So it would improve race relations and improve material conditions if we solved the problem in the word of corruption, although that can sound vague.
Let's take it a little bit back with the introduction of the restitution of land. When that program started, I'm sure the statement that you say politicians can be blamed, at that time, I would assume the majority of your black people who were fighting for restitution wouldn't see the problem as being caused by the politicians, but they would see the problem as white people who are occupying the land as the ones that are depriving them of the land. And what comes to mind here is, if you look at the time it took to get even a government institution like the Kruger National Park Board to accept, where there was clear evidence of people living in certain portions of Kruger National Park, where there were artifacts that were there, and the perception of the people was, it's these white people that are resisting us from occupying the land. So I want to understand, when you say racism, it seems to me, my understanding, and it seems to be the evidence of Mr. Rhodes also, that to some extent it's propelled by statements made by politicians. But that does suggest the ordinary people on the ground, and I'm talking about people in the rural areas who want the land back, would not see the problem as being, we denied our land because of the practice of racism.
I think it's certainly the case that some people in urban areas and in rural areas see the obstacle to a better South Africa as being that white people are denying them access to the land. It is clear that some people think that way. If I were to date myself back to the 1990s and the 2000s, my expert opinion would be stretched because I don't have survey data about what people thought back then. We were not doing regular surveys then. We did a survey in 2007, then we did regular surveys from 2013. It's only at that point that I can say with some confidence, what are we seeing in what we're being told in these surveys? And of course, in every instance, out of 100 people, maybe 80 think this way and 20 think that way. You won't find 100 people think the same way. I think it's a serious concern that some people might think that the fact that a white person owns property and they don't have property means that all white people are somehow less than. I think it would be better to find a route. If that person should be restituted, then the white skin of that owner is not going to be an obstacle to that restitution. If there's an obstacle, it will be that the poor person is not being legally supported or ushered through the process.
The system itself.
The system itself.
Okay.
And it is in that sense that we do try to redirect tension and anger.
Okay, now tell me, in your surveys, have you done any survey about the choice between compensation and restitution?
We have not asked people what they prefer. We have relied on reports from officials in government to indicate what it is that people refer.
And any knowledge about what those officials would have said?
So we remember when it became a major talking point that the government has admitted 90% of people would rather have financial compensation than the land. But we also noticed that that claim sometimes was not sensitive to the distinction between land cases for the purpose of agriculture and land cases for the purpose of suburban dwelling.
Yes.
I heard in court last week some attempt to inquire as to whether there is more granular data at a rural level. What are people really preferring? I don't have a statistical backing or basis to answer that question. I can say from the maybe 6 months that I've spent in the field asking people questions, that there is some appetite for farming, and that there are successful black commercial farmers, and that there are aspirational black commercial farmers, and that in all of the instances where I have seen success, and sometimes the success has gone from very little to quite impressive success, in all of those instances it has been backed by a title deed. And in none of those instances has it been backed by a government command and control system.
I think you've explained the singing of the song by Mr. Ndlozi, the Farmers Weekly report. There's something I wanted to ask here, the distance between Senegal and Hazelville. Thank you very much. Any question arising from my questions?
No.
So, is it possible for me to add one thing, just on the basis of what my Lord said?
Yes.
With reference to America's idea of free speech and critical theory, that particular aspect, I have I've had many conversations since I was called with my colleagues at the Institute of Race Relations, and I think it would be honest and fair for me to say that many of my colleagues are critical of Papuda and of tabled hate speech legislation, and even would prefer our constitution not to be as it is, but rather to be as it is in America. That is not to say we have an institutional position on it. It's just to say we have some disagreement. And I've not talked about that because I'm not an expert in that, and I leave it to you. But I don't, as a representative of the Institute of Race Relations, want anything I say to be interpreted one way or another as what our view is on what hate speech is. I really don't have a view on that. I find it very confusing, even as you were saying in your conversation with your counsel, when you were talking about that particular issue. It's not where my knowledge is solid.
Yeah. Well, my point was about the critical legal school, the approach they have adopted in dealing with the concept of liberal, how the liberals look at the state intervention and why things should be left to liberal scholars say leave everything to the individual.
Yes.
It's more individualistic, but it's a debate for another day.
Yes.
I'm not sure in the context of South Africa, I would still have to look at how you can match the American experience and the South African experience. They seem to be world apart.
Truly they are,
Some
yes.
of the problems that we have can't really compare with America. There are certain lessons, I don't want to sound like Americans have nothing to offer. But in terms of what we're dealing with, there seems to be a vast difference.
I agree, and I just was raising this to say
Okay,
that
thank you.
it's not the same.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kasiboto, any questions from you for my engagement with the witness? No. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Kraus. You are excused. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Right, Mr. Oppenheimer.
My lord, as I say, that is the last witness for the complainant, and so the complainant closes its case. And I gather that my learned friend will be leading evidence for the rest of the week.
Thank you. Mr. Kasiboto, are you going to lead how many witnesses? Just should slip over tonight, 2 witnesses, and they'll take tomorrow and Thursday.
I'll try and get my expert witness, so I have a lay witness, and everyone's just waiting for me to name this lay witness. I'll first have a lay witness, and then I'll have an expert witness in the morning, probably for 3-4 hours, and then if there's ample time, I'll then call the expert witness afterwards.
Yes, you didn't inform me who your lay witness is, but you informed media because I saw in the media, they know the name before the judge knows the name. That's how things work in South Africa. Now, just on a lighter note. Now, thank you very much. We're going to adjourn until tomorrow at convenience 10 o'clock. The court shall adjourn.